Hey, what is up, y'all? I am Michael from Destro Designs, and we are live in Viper Den Studios. Happy Saturday. I hope everybody's had a good week. It's been such a week for this community, and I'll get into why. I didn't announce it on the timeline. I wanted to share it all with you here first about the giveaway. Money was sent today. We'll get into that. Everybody was so nice to give your list for giving us a list for the what I said was originally top 5, then I said top 10. I know how hard that is. You can ask my brother Mark Fogarty. Every time he asks me for a list, he'll say 10 and I send 20. He actually mentioned it on the last time I was on, and not the one about the information, but the previous one before that. He was like, I asked for 10, you give me like 20 something. You make 10 and then you look and you go, yeah, but like I want to keep all these people on this list, but then I have like 10 other ones that should be on this list. And so you start adding, like number 6 can have 5, 6, 7 fucking figures, So we are going to get into both of those things I just mentioned. Our list, everybody was nice enough to give. There was somebody, our brother Doc Sewage, I'm sure he's, very busy. I reached out to him and said, hey man, we're doing a 3 3/4 list. I would love it if you could give me a list. He gave me 5 with some hilarious responses. So y'all are going to love that. I really appreciate him taking the time and effort to do that. It wasn't just that he stopped to do it. He fucking put real effort into it. It's a legit list with it's chef's kiss. Y'all are going to love that. I appreciate everybody doing it, but I directly reached out and was like, please help a brother. I'm dying to know what you think about this. And he did not fucking disappoint. He brought it hard. So if you happen to be watching, I fucking appreciate you, Doc Sewage. Also, shout out to my brother Mark Fogarty. The last time I was on, it was very cool for me to be present while he was breaking he didn't have like one thing to say. He didn't have 2 things to say. He didn't have 3 or 4 things to say. He dropped 14 info bombs in one show. Fucking awesome. And the fact that I was a part of that, to be able to react to it live was really fucking cool. I think I had said it was like the most exciting podcast time for sure, but I really I felt like I was a part of something there. And I thought it was really fucking cool. It was like being, I don't know, like on a newscast when you're breaking news to this kind of news to our community is huge shit. Like what's coming down the pipe and classified. And he had real deal shit. So while he was saying it, I actually wrote it down, and I'm going to touch base on those in case any of you all missed it. I'm sure you probably all watched, but just in case anybody missed it, I'm just going to kind of touch base on those because there was a lot of shit that was really awesome. Like I don't even know. Hell, it would be hard pressed to think what like my favorites were. There was some that were like, there was some that you were like, oh, sure, we expected to get that. But at this point, do you really? We're getting a lot of stuff, but like, all right, so I'll say one thing now. In case you missed it, the first thing he talked about was that the moccasin is coming with a gunner. That was the info. But to me, that was fucking exciting as shit because, we expected it to come, but like, why hadn't we gotten it till this point? And so that's what makes me wonder, like, maybe we don't get it. Wouldn't we have got it when we got Copperhead? They didn't give us that. So hearing it, because there was like a couple of things on there that, you could see going either way, but then there was enough where you're like, oh, yeah, that sounds good. I choose to just believe that they're all true because they all made me excited as hell. So I was very, very thankful for that. Let's see who we got in the chat. Paul Morales in the house. What's up, brother? Dave Lovelock, welcome. Glad you can make it. My brother Tex Thompson. Destro is never late or early. He arrives precisely when he means to. That's correct. I am on Scottish Lair time. Snow Leopard in the house from across the other end of the world. I'm glad you could make it, my dude. I appreciate it. This week in Hearthstone. Let's go. You are correct. Let's go. I tried to make that little extra as little as possible, but I got sidetracked at the last minute. I had to bring my kids to like a Christmas party and there's some other shit. It was a very, very hectic day. Big Red, welcome in, my brother. Glad you're here. Matt from Mos Mind is here. What's up, my brother? Glad you made it. let's see. I think that covers right now everybody that has said something. Yep. Don't be afraid to comment. Anybody watching? Oh, Roadblock in the house. What's up, my brother? Good to see you. How'd I go right over that? There he is. Roadblock. Very nice. And Paul Morales. Oh, Anchor Viper in the house. What's up, homegirl? Glad you can make it for sure. Congrats. Just a quick text, TV Cobra producer and Anchor Viper lead out there for TV Cobra. I just wanted to extend even though, I have already done it, but since we're on the show here, we'll just do it real quick. A special congratulations to all the people over at TV Cobra. All their hard work has paid off. The Kickstarter was fully funded. Absolutely awesome. I'm giving away tonight. TV Cobra was very generous to donate 3 $25 war bonds to the holiday drive. So I have the winners for those. We're going to talk about those later. And just remember, you can still donate to the Kickstarter. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Tex or Anchor Viper, that people can still support, right? People can still put money in because there's rewards to be given still. So let me know in the chat if that's correct, because I'm more than happy to tell people that they can still go and donate. I mean, I'm sure. Thank you to everyone who's contributed to TV Kickstarter. There are 5. Okay, so it looks like that there are. Somebody give me a bump here. There we go. Season 2 Kickstarter. There are 5 days left. All right, y'all. So if we got 5 days left, that means you can go over. You can still claim some of your cool prizes. I personally went for the 125. That package gives you so much. It's so much ultra cool shit. 2 pieces of Texas original art left up for grabs, which are gorgeous, by the way. Absolutely stunning. All of those pictures are really good. The Major Blood with the binoculars might be my favorite, but the Baroness is also very cool. So if anybody is interested, at the very least, just go over, check it out. I believe it's still the pinned tweet on Anchor Viper's Twitter page. Shoot over, see what you like. Check out. Take the link to the Kickstarter. See what packages that they still have, and there's a whole bunch of different ones that you can get. They're offering stuff, and I said this just about every time because I feel it's a key point. Is that most of us, or almost all of us, come from an era where when you bought media or entertainment, you got a physical copy, right? It wasn't just another jerk in the house. What's up, brother? You got a physical copy. If you bought a CD, you got an actual CD, right? And tell me, at least I looked at it this way. So, like, when you're listening to the CD, you're looking at the booklet, right? The booklet, the inside sleeve, the CD cover, the song list, like all the thing on the CD, all part of the art, right? It was all part of the experience. You got all of it. You enjoyed all of it. That's the way I look at the stuff that you're going to get from TV Cobra when you support the Kickstarter. It's something that, you're going to be able to hold, and just it's really, 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 really worth it. And I extend so much support to my brother and sister at TV Cobra because they have embraced the spirit of the community truly, right? To keep the Castle Destro communicates with the good people at TV Cobra. Destro has decided that they are good people and that they're a great addition to our community for sure. And it's why I'm out here. I'm always telling you guys, about their stuff, what they have going on. And plus, I find me somebody making content, anything like that, right? It's so unique and so special, if you ask me, that there's nothing like that out there. Giant man size thing. What's up, brother? There's nothing like that out there. I remember I saw the link on the timeline for like 2 weeks, and for some reason it didn't. I was like, I thought it was something else, and then there we go. The next thing you know, I looked at it and I was like, wait, I haven't seen this yet, and I clicked on it, and I remember after like the first 30 seconds, I was like, what the fuck is this? And it's amazing. It's such a cool idea. I love everything about it. Like everything from the theme song, which Tex wrote, by the way, the theme song, the 80s aesthetic. I've seen behind the curtain a little, and I just know that I'm sold. So definitely very happy to be here and beyond privileged and excited to continue work with season 2. Stay vigilant. You got it. Anchor Viper in the house. So yeah, remember, all you can go over, you can check it out if you want. Still, we got stuff going on there. Right, earworm, just putting it in there all the time. Destro, that is a big hail back at you, brother. Destro, I spoke. Let it be written. Let it be done. Thank you, Big Red. Right? We could make a list. We could make a list of things. I am just a voice of the community, though. It's like I've said before. Like, I just have ideas. You all deliver, right? Such as with the holiday drive. So we'll just get right into that. So now, there was some pretty amazing things. Let me get the little list out here. There were some pretty amazing things that happened with that holiday drive, in a sense that, everybody's a little tight for dough, right? It's not like everybody has all this extra money. And so the community showed up, and weirdly enough, strangers, strangers, like, I don't know, 20% of the donations, maybe 25% of the donations came from people that aren't even in the community. People that just so happen to have seen, that saw the video that I made and put out there, and they donated. And I'll say, one dude donated $100 and I'm going to say, well, you know what? I don't know if you would want me to say his name or not. It's just like, I would like to pay homage to the gentleman. I tried to look for him on Twitter. I couldn't find, actually, there was like 22 people with his name, and I had no discernible information other than here's how he spells his name. Anyways, David Pacheco was his name. And he just wrote in and he said, hey, kind of a stranger, just saw your video on Twitter and wanted to help the family. Merry Christmas. And I was like, what? I wrote him back and was like, dude, that's amazing. I was like, I don't know if you're a collector, but we're a giveaway. I'm giving away figures to people that donate. He didn't respond. That's it. He just dropped $100, post and ghost. I think that's notable. I think that's incredible to just drop in, have that ability and drop in and help people like that. I don't know. That had me in a type of way. I was like, what? Wait a minute. What the hell? He's just, Pop Cold Frenzy in the house. What's up, my brother? Let's see. Say hello to my wrist rockets. Russell Cruz, how are you doing? First of all, can you ask a question? You think you're going to do more water vehicles for the future? If they do, the first one coming up do come out. I'll get to that in a second, my brother. Yeah, Pop Cold Frizz. Yeah, Russell Cruz, welcome in. Let's see. I don't recognize the name, brother. Did you find us on Twitter? How are you doing? First of all, can you ask a question? You think they're going to do more water vehicles for the future if they do the first one coming up, if do come out? Yeah, I'll get to that in a hot second. So I'm going to write it down. Water vehicles, and that was from Russell Cruz. So I just had this idea. I was like, hey, maybe it would be cool if we did a holiday drive. It seems like something that could be good to represent the community. And I'm sure I can find places to donate the money to. But then it was like, who just wants to randomly give money? You don't even know where it's going, right? You're just, and then I was like, well, nobody's just going to ask, right? One of the members of the community. And so I just put it out there. I was like, hey, if you're struggling right now, hit me in the DMs. Maybe we can figure something out. And somebody did. I said it on the podcast a couple times. And then dude reached out. He tried to do everything he could to not just take money. He was like, no, I could do this. I could do that. I could do all these other things. And I said, nope, we're going to collect money and I'm going to send it to you. And that's going to be that. And also, well, then it turned into, I was like, Google Chrome. So unfortunately we don't have the donate thing set up here. Are you on Twitter, Google Chrome? I can send you right exactly where to go. I have on my Twitter page, Destro Designs, the pinned tweet has all the different Cash App, Venmo, PayPal for sure. That's very generous of you. Thank you. Because I can definitely still send more. Mohammed 89, what's up, bro? Welcome in. JJ, I think I said you. Pop Cold Frenzy. Yeah, so I've been following you guys on both Deathstroke. Oh, nice. All right, Russ, thank you. Yeah, I'll get to your question just 1 second. Let me wrap up with this thing. So then it turned into people who had donated some figures. Big Red, Dagon, Dan Salsato, all donated figures to be given, right? Which is amazing. Very, very thoughtful. I told him, because I was like, hey man, I'm going to send you this money. And he goes, yeah, whatever you send me, I'm spending on my wife and kids. I was like, get yourself a little something. He goes, no, man, I've been sitting here. My kids, my wife, they've been taking care of everything, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, all right, that's a good point. And then I was like, well, then I'll just send you some, because you got to open something too, right? You know, and there's something that hit, right? I think as men, we tend to be our worth sometimes can be measured by us and by other people, where we feel like our worth is measured by what we're contributing, what we're providing in our household, right? Whether you have kids or not. I think that the identity of men sometimes, which of course we should be providing, we should be doing things, we should be, what we can. But I think it's just because that's in our DNA. It's how it was when we were cave people. This is, hunter gatherers, people who raised the kids. It's just, anyway, I could hear it in the man when he was describing how he just has to sit here with this busted ass leg and watch everybody do everything. He can't contribute in any way. He can't go to work. He can't do any of this stuff. And so, as crazy as it is, he reached out and really threw himself on the sword, and he sent like this proof, all these pictures, these letters, and I was like, well, okay, thank you. I wasn't going to ask for any of that. I was just take somebody on their word as long as it felt right, And but anyways, so dude was in a horrible accident. His whole life has been railroaded completely. They're struggling, obviously. I'm sure somewhere along the way there is help that will come via lawsuit insurance companies, but right now they got no money. Right now we're at Christmas and there was nothing to do. So I said, boom, you are the guy. And we're going to figure that out. And so I put the word out there. I reposted it. Everybody reposted it a bunch of times. And just this morning, I sent this gentleman $700. I know that's not life-changing money, but that's not what we were trying to do. We wanted to save Christmas for our family. We wanted to make sure that those kids had presents under the tree. He could get his wife something to show his appreciation for everything, and we did it. It was like 670 something that came in, and I just pitched in a couple extra bucks to whatever. So I donated originally. And and then threw in the end, and then I bought a bunch of figures to give. Now, it should be noted too, almost everybody that I said, oh, hey, you want a figure? They all said, no, give that to somebody. No, that's pretty cool. Now, there's nothing wrong with taking it. Especially, one guy donated quite a bit of money, and I was like, you have to take something for that. And he was kind of like, no, I don't think so. Dagon, what's up, my brother? So that was generous. I feel like we legitimately, well, I don't feel like, I know for a fact because he flat out told me that we legitimately saved Christmas for this family. I want you to let that sink in. So kids, we're going to wake up with like nothing under the tree, and no amount of explaining, because they are at an age where no amount of explaining is going to make them feel better about Santa not fucking giving them shit. I've seen this before. I used to work in public housing. Listen, it's awful. There's a lot of people out there that struggle. We stopped that. We prevented that from happening by even people who, I had people sending me a couple bucks and saying, oh my God, I wish I could give more. I know that these people that are donating are some people are on fixed incomes. Some people are injured themselves. I've always found in life, it's people that have the least try to give the most. Right? That's usually how it works. But for real, it is a testament to the community. It is also just a good faith in humanity, because there was three people or four people. I think there was three people, again, just donated by seeing the video, and we're like, yeah, I'm going to donate to that. Boop. And that's it. My guess is those people probably do that a lot around this time of year, where they just drop anywhere between 30, 50, 100 bucks and stuff that they see like that. Now here's the thing though. It's every donation that counts. So everybody that donated a figure and then it was turned down by a winner, it's all being sent to the dude. That's it. I mean, it's like five figures, I think, at this point, because there are some going to some people that donated that I'm sending. That's just all there is to it. They're getting the figures. And so I think that is great as well. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you all for doing your part. Thank you for, sharing, commenting, being positive about it, putting it out there. And then we had people too that donated, like, so the TV Cobra people donated three $25 war bonds, which are just amazing things, right? They donated those. Pop Cold Frenzy jumped in and made it. There's some people that are, this was slightly separate kind of thing that we did, but it all kind of comes together. Pop Cold Frenzy donated three $50 gift cards that I'm putting a figure onto. So that's going to get announced tonight. I got that list. 3 people. We're basically helping all these families out. Here's a figure for you and $50 if you need to buy somebody something for Christmas. You got that 50 now. Our dudes from Sister Arsenal and Mos Mind, they also donated. So Matt from Mos Mind, it basically donated a gift card. Money, he gets money off the next purchase that they get from there. The same thing from Sis 3D Arsenal. They donated the same thing. It's just I had a code that I gave to Rock Lockdown. Rock Lockdown won that, and then I think it was Roadblock that won the Mos Mind thing also. And Chris from Sister 3D Arsenal actually dropped a cash thing as well. So everybody did their part for sure. I want to read the list of names. I wrote it down, but then I kind of like almost feel like the people that weren't able to donate are not, I don't know. So I kind of feel weird about that. I would hate to alienate anybody that couldn't donate. Because like I kind of feel like I'd be like, oh fuck. He didn't say my name, so I didn't donate. And I don't know if I want to do that. But there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 people, right? 19, 20? 19 or 20 people that donated. And it is just amazing. That's fantastic because a dude will spend everything on his family and appreciate a couple figs for himself. Oh, that's exactly what it was, Pop Cold Frenzy. He told me flat out, I'm spending it all on my wife and kids. And basically I was like, nah, dude, you gotta. And he was like, no, no, my Christmas is this. You guys giving me this money, allowing. So what we did too is we gave him a means to provide. Now, I want you to just think about this for a minute and what it does to a dude that's trying to physically recover something. We're making his mentals better. He's now able to turn around to his family and, oh, Santa's coming. Say to his wife, look at, because I don't know about you guys. I don't like asking for help. I don't want to ask anybody for help, especially if it comes down to asking somebody for money. Could you imagine? But he, like I said, he reached out in the DM, was very much like, I'll do this. I can do any of this. And I was like, how about you just sit back and try to get better? That's why we're doing this for you. We want you to get better. And because, he never said anything about it on the timeline about it. He didn't complain, didn't bitch. He just was trying to deal with it on his own the best he could until he had this opportunity to reach out and for the betterment of his family, ask for help. He did. We fucking delivered. And so not only obviously we save Christmas for the family, the parents don't have to see the kids struggle with not getting anything. The mother is going to, but now this dude gets to provide, right? Gets to say, I asked for help. Here's my contribution. I think that's all huge. Like it's across the board. So unbelievably amazing that I just can't wait. I told him, I was like, if you have an opportunity to just, even if like without showing anybody's faces, just send a picture or something. And he was like, oh, I'm sure I can figure something else out. And I was like, don't stress about it. People aren't like trying to figure out, hail at Santa Destro. It's a Cobra Christmas. Thank you, Anchor Viper. That's that, and obviously we're going to do this every year. I think we'll start a little earlier, find maybe more than one family to sponsor and figure something out for that. So, yeah, for a guy to level like that when he's in need, takes a hit to his ego for family. That's courage. Dude is a hero. And I'm sorry, I can't see that last word. Just something to everyone who helped him. But yes, Tex, that's where I'm coming from. That it's not easy for dudes to be like, hey, I'm not providing in this moment. We need to, whatever. We were raised to never ask for help. Yeah, thank you, Anchor Viper, for the bump. Yes, yeah, we grew up at a time where, shove those feelings down, don't fucking say anything. You have a problem, well, go to work then. Like, just, and obviously, I don't know about you guys, but that don't work, and especially don't work for me. And when we have such a huge group of people that are also awesome, there's no reason we shouldn't be leaning on each other. Life can be a horror show at the drop of a dime, or all the time and everywhere in between. So that's why we're all here. That's why this community is the fucking best, and we will continue to succeed as such. Keeping the negativity out at all costs. Well, that sounds very empirical, but like, we're accepting no bullshit, no negativity. We are all of an age where assholery on the timeline is inexcusable, right? Everybody has bad days, right? Say there's a few of us here, that we've all grown to know each other to a certain degree that we would be able to tell if somebody was having a bad day. We'd be like, oh, hey, are you good? It would be an indicator to reach out and see if everything was good, as opposed to, sometimes things are above and beyond, and some things just can't be, you can't, you can't negotiate with a terrorist. That's right, Tex? That's basically what it comes down to. So, I continue to be overwhelmingly proud of this group. Like, honestly, I talk about this group of people like they're my children. Like, I'm super fucking proud. Everybody continues to show on a daily basis how good it was. And if basically, because I know all y'all that are here listening now is the same group. And I don't know if you heard, but when we were on, Anchor Viper and I were on the Destro is my spirit animal last week, he shouted out the community. Now, just because you don't see Mark in everybody's comments and all of that stuff, he just doesn't have time to engage all the time. And so, well, homeboy, I know he straight up told us that he really appreciates the positivity of the community, that we're here doing it. And he even said, like, he's like, sometimes it's like overwhelmingly positive. And I was like, yes. And the reason that we have to be overwhelmingly positive is because it is a dark fucking place out there, and we light up the dark. That's what we do with all this. And so that's what that's about. So that's it. Kill him with kindness. But if that doesn't work, empty the clip. You fucking know it. Anchor Viper is aware as well. 100%. And that's how we roll. So for sure, feels men don't have feelings. Cries when 82 fingers stomach. Big Red says feels men don't have feelings, and in quotes he says cries when 82 figures thumb or crotch breaks. Yes, 100%. You ain't fucking lying there. Bootstraps. I'm still trying to find shoes with handles. Yeah, man, that whole thing, anybody that usually says they need to pull themselves up by the bootstrap never had to struggle, right? I worked in public housing, and I came to understand a few things, that sometimes people have nobody, and you don't understand what it's like to have nobody until you have nobody. I've talked to people, and I remember like them being like, I don't, like, this one lady was moving and she didn't know how she was going to move her furniture. And I was like, oh, he's get a U-Haul truck. She's like, I don't have a license, and I don't know anybody that has a license. And that kind of shit, so she had to leave her stuff there. She didn't know anybody with a truck, didn't know anybody that had a license to go rent anything. She had to leave. This is a poor person having to leave what she does have in a fucking apartment. I was working in this building, and I watched this lady for like 3 weeks bring bags of stuff in a shopping cart almost a half a mile down the road. If you don't have anybody, it's incredibly hard to rise above. So that's why, I have a lot of respect for people that, these are people that work 40 hours a week to give most of it to daycare, to have not much to struggle. It's rough out there for some people, y'all. But yeah, so we have each other. We have this community here, and it's really fucking dope. Dave says, I love that. It's a dark place out there. We are helping light it up. Yeah, listen, I'd be happy to make a group, Destro and the Iron Grenadiers. I don't know if I like that. I don't even like the way that sounds, but a community name, something like a community name, and put that on there. I think that would make a great shirt, because it's the truth. It's really the truth. That's why I'm so overwhelmingly positive that we're so brightly lit that the dark doesn't have a chance to get through here. We're keeping that shit way the fuck over here. And it is dark out there. You gotta be extra nice to everybody. Well, to those that deserve it. Some people just can't deal. Keep the feelers yourself. Get your ass to work. I thank Cobra Commander for teaching me to read. It's well, that's really that's what it is. The heat's in the tools. That healing is in the tools. Grab that shit, and get to work. Just where's somebody? Just another jerk say something. God, I scroll back. It's so hard keeping track of this sometimes. Bitch better have that money. That's fun. Okay, so again, there's the number. I wanted to share, so I'll make a post about it tomorrow, and we'll get into, let everybody else know. Hey, listen, if I can find a way to make money off of OnlyFans, I would in 2 seconds. Hate to tell y'all. I remember somebody that I know telling me that he had a cousin who wound up. How can I don't know if I can tell this story in a way that's entertaining without saying too much. So I apologize for getting everybody worked up for a second there, but I'm gonna I'm gonna move on from that. Sorry, it's fun. I'll tell that story someday. I just have to. I can't fumble through it, so I'm gonna. Destro needs to sort by all. Wow. Well, it's so like what happens is we get far down, and then somebody will be like we'll like say, oh, so and so said this, and then I try to go back and just ban me. I don't know how I'll ever recover. Johnny Blues. Right. Oh yeah. So this is the culmination of a years long friendship blooming between all of us, the brotherhood, everything. And I can't thank you guys enough. I think you're all the best. So I feel like I missed something. Stevie Z had a good idea. He said having somebody be on to kind of monitor the chat and give it. But I thought about that. It was pretty interesting. I at one time, so I have a cousin who he moved away. He lives like 2 hours away, so I can't go Gators. I can't have him do it, but he's like a IT guy, and I was thinking about having him kind of help with some of this stuff. But unfortunately, he's too far away, and now his wife is pregnant. Salute, but I can't. I won't be able to do anything with that. So yeah, that is. We're gonna put a bow on that. Thank you again to everybody that donated. I got. Let's see. I think I'll wait maybe a little bit so we can just kind of move on for now. But I have winners to announce for the Pop Cult Frenzies giveaway, myself and him. And then I have 3 names to give away for the war bonds that were so generously donated from the lovely people at TV Cobra. But we will circle back to that so we can kind of move on to something real quick. Now, I do want to not wait too long to get to the figure list because there's a few, and I know there's probably maybe some people or two that kind of joined in just to kind of try and grab that. But I'm also going to circle back to the Rick Viper talk a little bit because last week when I was talking about it, I didn't really get the full gist like we talked about it. I got sidetracked. We had moved on, and then I didn't wind up coming back. So my brother J. Antonio Nunya, he said Rick Viper owes me $20. I thought that was fucking hysterical. I can frame a war bond for posterity, right? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No. That's the one. That shit framed is amazing. Yeah, text. I'd like to get the feel for maybe what the community thinks for a name of say the community. I think that would be pretty dope. Stevie Z shirt. Which one was that? The uh, yeah, okay. I'm not sure. I know Stevie Z's. Oh, this right here. Yeah. So yeah, sorry. Jesus Christ. Forgive me. Sorry, I didn't mean to say more than anything. No, Stevie Z makes a whole bunch of these. We'll be talking about Stevie in a minute. He sent him and CG Horror sent me great gift packages that I'm not sure I've ever. I know Snow Leopard. Thank you. Total idiot. I was like, Moray? Who said the Moray? No. So this is one of the cooler ones. I love the color as well. It's like a great summer shirt. It's like super light. And the actual t-shirts themselves are money. The size is perfect. It's really awesome. But Stevie Z's got, oh my God, I think I just got the last one. I now have them all. It was the G.I. Joe headquarters. But there's the Hiss Tank, the Trouble Bubble, the Claw, the Night Landing, the Bivouac, the Moray, the Headquarters. There was definitely like three more that I'm struggling to remember. Oh, the Ram Cycle, the Wolverine, and there's definitely one more that I'm not remembering for some reason. But yeah, oh yeah, somebody, yeah. So you know what? I think just another jerk referred to this. I think you can there's something on your shit where you can collect or you can get select all. I think that's what just another jerk was talking about. There he is. All that Arashikage pose mastering from Twitter made me want a wetsuit. Nice. Yeah, dude, that looked amazing, right? Dude, listen, you have to, you 100% have to get that figure, bro. It is legit. Here, I'll give you a quick, this is how I'm going to show him when I pose him, just so everybody knows. Boop. That little thing attaches to the backpack. His fucking light. His light will drape over the thing. Yeah. Well, let me get that top thing off screen. But that's how I'm posing my wetsuit. I got him right next to Leatherneck, and they're gonna argue. Yeah, that's it. 3 dots at the top. Boop. I have all chat on, and it's still filtering out. Huh. Yeah. Sorry, Anchor Viper. Sorry, everybody. I have him here to open now. Oh, you do? Open that motherfucker, bro. That shit is amazing. One of the coolest things is how they have the little the big the propulsion thing, how it attaches to his backpack. Chef's kiss, total money. The hoses too. These are super duper on point. The color. The first thing that I noticed was when I opened it and I pulled it out, I immediately was like, that color. It's so perfect. It looks amazing. It is a elite tier fig. I mean, if you look at all the figures that came out this year, it's like there's probably what 10 figures that are better than anything they've ever come out with, just from this year alone, if not more. So I open wetsuit while on a conference call. Oh, nice. Hey, sometimes it's the only way to get through a conference call. Destro is Scottish. There is so much to pick from. Fun fact, my last name, Lovelock, is Scottish. Warrior grew out the braid and would cut it and give to a woman to propose with. Oh, no shit. Warrior grew out the braid and would cut it. Nice. That's pretty dope. So I actually did a little looking on, so his last name is McCullen. And if you look, the McCullen family crest is actually pretty cool. It's like, is it 3 crows? And so on the shield, it was like the crest was like 3 crows and a something else. I don't remember what it was, but it's pretty dope. Very, very cool. But yeah, that is an amazing tradition. I love it. Yeah, wetsuit is way too good for his own good. The colors hit right in the ace. You ain't lying, bro. It really, really is. Kicked out of all social media, at least for a bit, except YouTube. Nah, we love you, bro. Clam McCullen. Huh. Yeah. All right. Now we are talking. That's interesting. I think that stays at the top of the list for now, Tex. We'll continue to workshop, but hell yeah. Oop, I plugged my phone in here. I do that every show. I start off before I plug the damn phone in. So yeah, anyway, that we will work on a shirt. And Yeah, so like I remember, I think it was in, if I remember correctly, I think it was in the movie I Am Legend. I say that because he said something in I Am Legend. He quotes a Bob Marley song, and in it he says something. I can't give you the whole context, but I know in there he says, "Light up the dark," and that just always, like, the second I heard it, didn't have anything to do with the fucking movie. I just, the second I heard it, it triggered something, and I was like, yeah, right. Light up the fucking dark. Fucking right, it is. Um, and so that's just, it's always stuck with me, and that's why I've said it a few times when talking about the community, but especially when, you know, Mark was like, you know, you got when he mentioned overwhelming positivity, I just remember being like, yes, yeah, because it's fucking dark out there. We gotta be extra bright. Keep that to light up this dark, and so I love that. I love it, and we should definitely get a shirt, and do something like proceeds go to something, right? 100%. Uh, Can you turn your cap to the side? No. Plasma Zombie, what's up, brother? It's like a whole bunch of new names tonight. I love it. Come on in, sit down, get comfy. What does a real Scotsman wear under his kilt? Oh, the answer to that has got to be nothing. Jailhouse wallet. That's fun. All right. So, where's the other page? Oh, here we go. Let's see. Jump back to Rick Viper real quick. Six pack of Bush Light and a steel chair. It's fucking. Oh, this was a good one too. Pop Cult Frenzy was like, Rick Viper has 3 kids and 5 baby mamas. Not a typo. Excellent. It's fucking hysterical. The Garrison. Let's see. I thought I had some more Rick Viper stuff. CG Horror said I'm gonna need a case of Rick Vipers, and I'd have to agree. Our boy Kalel has been in the timeline with all kinds of new Rick Viper stuff. He ordered some stuff to kind of kit it together. Really, really cool. The Iron Garrison for the Grenadier reference. Well, what's the Destro's Garrison? I don't know. The more we try to workshop something, I keep going. Iron Grenadiers, just, I mean, it's way on the nose. Yeah, you know what? Let's keep working on that, because I do like the sound of it, but I don't know. The Iron Grenadiers is still so dope. Yeah, you know what? We'll know it. No. Keep spitballing 100%. That's how we, spitballing is our stones that lay the path to get you to the destination that you want to get to, right? Mentally. If you're like, hey, we want to get there with an idea, right? With the idea is over there somewhere, and you get there by spitballing the stones right out in front of you as you walk. That's how we do it, brother. It said the boogeyman checks his closet at night. Big Red. It said the boogeyman checks his closet at night for Rick Viper. Love it. Couldn't be any more true, right? Yeah, Iron Grenadier is about as kick-ass as it gets. Well, that was the thing, because at first when I said it, I was like, man, that's so on the nose. Maybe we didn't want to do that. But then as we say other things, it makes Iron Grenadier sound better. No, there's nothing cooler than that. I remember, because obviously I was always a big Destro fan. And I remember when that version 2 came out with the Despoiler, and then I was like, he has his own army now. It was like a revelation, because if anybody hasn't heard me say it, like, part of why I like Destro so much is it seemed like he was right. It seemed like every time Cobra Commander had an idea, it was so obviously not the best way to go. But Destro was always like kind of on top of it. So I definitely, Rick Viper is Undertaker's long lost older brother. That it makes so much sense. So yeah, I don't know. I'm the more we're talking about, the more I'm really like, oh man, Iron Grenadier sounds like does sound like a kick-ass name. Let's see. God, I thought I had something else besides the. Oh, right. So you know what I'll do? I'll drop a couple of these. Not drop. Destro is my spirit animal. My brother Mark. He again. It was like I have 13 of them written down from when he was talking the other day. Somebody on social media sent him a DM just to preface it, and everybody knows, what the information is, where it's coming from, and what I'm actually saying. I have no confirmed knowledge of any of the things I'm about to mention. My brother Mark received a DM from someone that he obviously deemed it to a certain degree, legitimate in a sense that, he went ahead and said it. But he also prefaced it that it could all be a bunch of bullshit. We don't know. But they sounded right. And so I already said the one earlier, is that the moccasin is coming with a gunner. And I remember Anchor Viper and I threw some ideas about like, oh, is it just going to be dressed just like Copperhead is? It's going to have like that colorway, like it's going to match, obviously, like all that kind of stuff. And I don't remember. I think Anchor Viper said it that, ooh, how great would it be if it was like a female? And so imagine, a female Copperhead that is driving the moccasin. So that's possible that's one of the things that we might wind up getting. Totally awesome. Totally awesome. One of the other bits was, and this sounds very reasonable, that we are in fact getting a Taurus and Red Dog 2-pack. I personally am not. I love the Renegades. They're part of the movie and everything is great. I don't know. It's anything outside of looking military, I have a hard time really fully embracing, right? With the exception of Chuckles. That dude is the shit. But no, certain things like like Taurus and Red Dog don't have that look. Mercer, I'm kind of like, not really. It's all fine. I just was kind of like, yeah. Then after that, he's Fatal Fluffy. Fatal Fluffies. Sounds like we're going to get some Fatal Fluffies. And the only thing I could say to that was, because initially we're like, yeah, what is, it's okay. They're definitely part of the cartoon, but is it something that we want them to take the time to make and stuff like that? And then I thought about it and I was like, oh, well, there's this. And if you have this, you know how damn awesome it is, right? So I feel like if they go ham on the Fatal Fluffies like they did with this, then I'm very certain that we're going to be able to get a quality product there. Because as far as that, oh, and then also, which I might open this later if we have time, but look at that. So I feel like, yeah. So Chuckles won me over 10,000% in the Chuckles comic run. That was pretty damn legit. Made Chuckles awesome. He is fucking awesome. I've always liked it. The idea of him being, like such a badass undercover cop that he's a G.I. Joe. I just fucking loved it, dude. It was really, really dope. Night Force Chuckles would be nice. I agree. Johnny Dangerously was the greatest. The Weird Al movie trailer made Chuckles awesome too. Oh, the Weird AI movie. What Weird AI movie? Trailer made Chuckles awesome too. I don't remember. My mother hit me once. Oh, yes, he was Don Johnson in G.I. Joe. Right. That's exactly what he was. Is there a chance that the Fluffies get a crystal ball globe? Yeah. Well, I mean, yes, Matt from Mos Mind. There is a chance that the Fluffies get a crystal ball globe. Totally and completely agree. I feel like they will. I think that it's going to get something. And if you think about them, leaning over and screaming, I think it would be incredible. Also add in, maybe they come with a whip that remember how they when they were big, they were whipping. Who the hell was in the fucking thing with them? Roadblock or Gung Ho, somebody else. I don't remember who the trio of people that was in there, but yeah. Night Force Chuckles, like a man in a black and blues bro suit. Yeah, that is interesting. Went viral this summer. I don't know. I'll have to the double-breasted for kit matching the suit, not the moccasin gunner. Very funny, J&J. Yeah, I think it's very possible that it'd be something super awesome. It's one of those things that I go, I don't know, do I really want it? Like listen, I love Pythona, but that's not like the shots I take. So my brother Mark Potter, who is the absolute man, content machine, just pumps out awesome shit all the time. I just recently sent him a Pythona and a dial tone. So he didn't have a Python. He won one of the contests, and the one that he won was the short fuse stealer. And as I was telling him, "Oh, hey brother, you won the short fuse stealer," in my head I was like, you know what? I think I'd rather give him my Pythona, because Pythona is I had the extra one and I was gonna sell it, but I'm like, no, no, no. I'm gonna give this to Mark. He's gonna do amazing shit with it. Everybody sees the stuff he does with the Monster Force, include the GI Joe, the kit bashing. Like he has the I think it's I don't know if it's an Action Force or a Valviverse figure, but he put a Beachhead head on it, and it just looks fantastic. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna send that to him, and he is just an absolute sweetheart of a man, 100%. If the world was like Mark, we wouldn't have wars, we wouldn't have all this bullshit. It'd be a better place. I asked him, I was like, hey, do you happen to have a dial tone? And he said no. So boom, I sent him a dial tone, and I also sent him just handfuls of these other things that I can't mention because I did want those to be a surprise for him. Unfortunately, I don't think I got it out in time for him to be able to open it on Christmas, but he will get it, and that'll be dope. Shout out to you, Mark. I know you probably watch tomorrow, so just wanted to say what's up, brother. I just have a hard time with the fatal fluffy stuff. I'd much rather have efforts for October Guard or the LRRP team stuff. I always lean to the comics. Well, so while I agree on that, right? Of course, we'd all rather see something like that than a fatal fluffy. I think what happens is, God, like I know, like Jeremy would probably be able to speak to this maybe even a little better than I could, but like I feel like at times when they make something like a fatal fluffy, that it's a good way for them to recuperate money. But then I'm like, no, they have to probably make a whole new tooling for it. Yeah, I kind of have to agree with you there. I don't know how many people would vote Fatal Fluffy over a long range reconnaissance patrol. I think that would be high up on everybody's list. So it is a thing, right? Where you're thinking about it and you're like, Fatal Fluffies, LRRP. Why wouldn't you, and I know that's weird. It's not like Hasbro has those two choices. They get to choose between two, right? But there's a lot more factors involved. But with all of the different, like, super popular characters and, like, shit that we haven't gotten yet, right? No Blizzard, no Lightfoot, no Ambush. Why wouldn't we get those over a fucking Fatal Fluffy? You know what I mean? It's a $1 billion company, and they do things in a way that we don't understand because we're not part of the $1 billion company. I think you can always kind of chalk everything up to greed at some point, especially with a company that big. It's always about the investors and the bottom dollar and everything. So, I want October Guard, but they got scared releasing a cop. Agreed. Unless. And that may be something Matt from Mos Mind says, I want October Guard, but they're scared of releasing a cop. I agree with you there. I think it's one of those things that once they decide that they can make money off of it, they'll do it. I think it's the same thing with the Cobra Commander with the hood. I think we get that eventually. The torture. The Hind. Ooh, that would be so. The Hind with the yeah. Delta 17 is working on a Hind. Are they really? That'd be fucking awesome. They're constantly looking for con exclusives. That's what might be happening. Giant size man thing. Very good point. That's totally possible. Yeah, they said everything is on the table. Which, do they mean that, or is that just a very nondescript way of answering your question, right? Like they can do anything they want, and that statement will never be wrong, right? It does sound like I love that they're saying that, and that that they'd be possibly thinking about it, but yeah. Hind is super badass. I've been loving Hind. Everybody, I don't know about you, but whenever I hear somebody talk about a Hind, the first thing that comes to mind is Solid Snake in the very beginning of the absolute, probably the GOAT fucking video game, Metal Gear Solid 1 for PlayStation, where he gets out. It's right at the beginning. He surfaces in the little lower docking area for the subs, and then he goes up, and once he's out into that open area, he squatted down like this with his weapon, and right over behind him is a helicopter. Is it coming in for a landing or taking off? Either way, he's like a hindy, and it's just a very particular way that he says it. And so whenever anybody says hind, that's the first thing I think of. 118 scale in the worst. Hey, listen, that Delta 17 stuff is awesome. That desert 2-pack snow leopard, I think that's what it is, right? There's the desert 2-pack where they're tan and black outfits and stuff like that. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I think it's great. Rambo. Rambo and Red Dawn. Fucking right. Dude, how crazy was Red Dawn when we were kids? I don't know about you, but that used to scare the shit out of me, right? Because, anybody that was a kid in the 80s remembers the Cold War, remembers, where we weren't actively shooting at anybody, but it was like, the threat of like a nuclear war was there. And then you saw Red Dawn, and as a kid, you were like, huh, I just watched Red Dawn for the first time. Amazing. Anchor Viper. I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but please. There is a Red Dawn that came out like 3 years ago, and then there is a Red Dawn from the 80s. I haven't seen the newest one, but I'm told that it is not like as good as the other one. If you which one did you happen to see? Was it the new one or the old one? Red Dawn was a Bible as a kid in the 80s. We played Red Dawn in the woods. Oh, listen, we had BB guns that we used to not shoot at each other, but definitely the newest is Garbaggio. Yeah, I fucking believe it. Wolverines, damn right. I'm not okay. Forgive me. I don't even know why I asked. I know that you know what good shit is. And so I'm sorry. BB gun wars were awesome. Yeah. So we definitely used to have the we used them as like the coolest thing. We all grew up in that age too, where you used to have the coolest replica guns, and then that cop had to shoot that kid with a fucking laser tag gun of all guns, not even a real looking gun. And then they made us put the little black tips on it. But at this point, I think it would be best anyway. Yeah. Thank you, Anchor Viper. That movie was great. And what was the other one that somebody said? It was Red Dawn. Oh, and Rambo, right? Definitely behind in Rambo. Also, that was definitely very, very fucking dope. So that was the Fatal Fluffies. I'm gonna jump ahead to the item number 4 on the list that my brother Mark revealed is Dusty and Sandstorm coming. Right? Sounds right. I probably would have thought that we would get Spearhead and Max first, right? Just because we already have 2 versions of Dusty. I would think that we would get to Spearhead and Max first, but I don't know. This is what was revealed. Maybe it's true. I don't know. I had Dusty and Sandstorm as a kid, and I thought that they were fucking. I'm sorry. I had Sandstorm and Max. Holy moly, Spearhead and Max. I had them as a kid, and I loved them. I think I lost Max like right off the bat, but I totally had Spearhead, and I remember loving him. The orange was very weird. It reminded me of like he had like a hunting outfit on, which is war adjacent, but it was more like wait, but deer don't see the orange, but people do. So why is he dressed with the whatever? Spearhead and Max are the most underrated and underused characters. Oh, dude, listen. I mean, he was totally awesome. I can't agree more. When the U.S. Army switched to MREs in the early 80s, my buddy's dad was a United States Air Force captain and got pallets of sea rations. We ate that old sea rats in the woods. Nice. I'm a sucker for animals, too. They all look really good. Sorry, now we are getting into awesome 80s movies. That's okay. Listen, the 80s, it's an era of cinema that like could have been like the last. No, man, the orange is like the Alley Vipers. And yes, Dave, then you've probably heard me say this before on the show, where yes, that's how I describe their orange. The Alley Vipers are so badass that they're not trying to hide from you. They're actively trying to get your attention by saying, "We're over here. Please come fuck with us. We are begging you to come fuck with us. Please, please, please. Come let your bullets bounce off this shield. Let me use my grappling hook to get a better position and shoot you from up high." Yeah, Alley Vipers are the shit, 100%. you know, I have to admit that I'll never not champion the OG, right? 100%. But this dude right here is a beast. I mean, damn colors. Look at that shield with the digi camo. I mean, so I got this minigun for him because it just seemed right. When I could position him a little bit better, you know, you put this down and he's kind of, you know, he's more holding the gun up. Yeah, I have a scene that's coming and I can't wait to do it. It's going to be those fort mods that I got compiled right next to the absolutely gorgeous bar from Mos Mind. I totally can't wait to do that shot. I've actually had it in my head for a while. I think it's going to be dope. And it's kind of a preview of it when the poster that, yes, Anchor Viper, the minigun is excellent. That is a gridiron with the backpack, got the belt fed all the way around. Now, with that being said, I was a little disappointed because so for the OG, I used the one that Hasbro has beaten to death. But doesn't that just look like if it had a belt that went to a backpack, it would be the superior one for sure. But that minigun looks a little too mini. And when I look at this one, I'm like, oh, this is the shit. Like that just looks a little bit more heavy duty, a little bit more ridiculous. Hell yeah. Ankles with a minigun. um, Yeah, look at that motherfucker. So they do look. I don't know. I do love them both. I just wish that the whatchamacallit were a little bit better. Um, yeah, hell yeah. Dude, the Trench Viper is awesome. Tex, hell yeah. Uh, I never wanted to eat anything but the GI fruit. Nice. Them MREs. Let me just get this thing back on here so I don't lose it. There we go. Yeah, there ain't nothing like an alley viper. It is just an unbelievably awesome figure. I could go on and on about him for sure. But yeah, I do love this little loadout. I think it makes good, you know, him standing out in front. So what the picture that I posted of the Viper and the Range Viper, that is a preview to the shot that I'm actually referring to right now. What I'm going to be doing with the bar from Mos Mind and the Trench Vipers. So what it is, it's going to be the outside of a Cobra facility that Dr. Mindbender is using as a lab, and so what's going on in there is very important. So there's going to be 3 of these guys out front. This guy's going to have the minigun. The Range Viper is going to be out there. I'm going to add a couple. I'm going to add a few. Yeah, see, like I'm getting them all special weapons. Like this one, I've got holding this gridiron weapon, and I think it's dope. He can position it. They're a little stiff and a little bulky, especially with those shoulder pads. But I had him holding the gun over the thing like this, and it was pretty dope. It was a literal pain in the dick. I'll have to try and do it a little bit later. But and the gridiron gun, I got to take the clip out because it's a bullpup style, and I have to take it out in order to get the gun in his fucking hand. Oh, did I put it in upside down? What did I do? But yeah, dude, I love these Trench Vipers. Listen, the Crimson Alley Viper is also amazing. I cannot wait to do a shot. I now have 13 original Alley Vipers and 14 Crimson Vipers. So that is going to make for a hell of like a family portrait with all the different Vipers on it. But yeah, I mean, just you can't fuck with this. So I don't know if you all have seen. He's been on the timeline lately. My brother Aaron Sparrow, cool ass fucking dude, is a customizer. I'm probably gonna reach out to him and see if he wants to customize this up for me a little bit. I just want to get some black on a couple spots. You know, nothing too crazy. Just get some black on there, and I want to make him look like a troop leader. So I'm gonna have all the alley vipers kind of hanging out, and I'd like to have some kind of a troop builder for sure. I am going to take a little boy bathroom break really quick. We're not even that far in, and somehow, wow, really? It's only an hour and 15 minutes. I got to go already? Jesus. Okay, so y'all just got to bear with me for 1 second. All right, y'all. Thank you as always for being patient. I'm not gonna lie. On my way back down, I made a pit stop to use my my water pipe for tobacco. Y'all remember that when we were kids? Now back to GI Joe. You know it, Stevie. Stevie Z in the house. What's up, my brother? Good to see you. Oh, who's Sister Arsenal? What's up, my dude? Glad you could make it. Yeah, I stopped to. So everybody remember that? So when I was, a teenager, if you wanted a water pipe, you'd have to go to one of these head shops, and they were always so strict. You could not mention any of the illegal stuff that you would do with it, right? And you absolutely had to. Stick to that lingo, or they would throw you out of the store. It was like a huge thing, and and I definitely was like, all right. I remember looking down one time, and it was like tobacco use only, and I'm looking at like a 2.5 footer at that point with a pull chamber, and I'm like, who the fuck is smoking tobacco out of something like this? Do you know what that's like? What? Taking a drag off a cigarette is awful. Imagine taking it up. So yeah, that was always weird to me. And given that the issues that I've had on YouTube, I definitely was just kind of like, all right, you know what? I'll the velvet posters. Oh my god, yes, velvet posters. So there was a place, Latham Circle Mall, that was right near my house, and they had this one. Was it Spencer's? Can't remember the name of it actually, but it was this one spot that had all the Grateful Dead tie-dye Dancing Bear shirts. They had all like the band shirts. Like I remember I bought a Cypress Hill shirt there that I had up until recently. I misplaced it. I literally have no idea what happened to it. Just shit like that. That's where you went to get stuff like that. And then, right, hem jewelry, bags, clothes. Yeah, JJ, you know it. With tobacco, I shit myself coughing. I know, it's insane. Hell yeah. Oh, Stevie, you got a shirt idea? Oh yeah, yes, yeah, Stevie, it's a good one. Let's see. We'll go back real quick and so I'm gonna say I'm gonna give you two real quick. My brother Mark, on an episode last week, divulged some stuff that was relayed to him about upcoming news, and I'm going to share some more of that with you. We already went over a few. Apparently, there is a 3-pack of desert repaints coming as a subline. So there's going to be obviously like a whole desert subline, and apparently there is going to be a 3-pack coming, which could be Cobra Troopers. It could be maybe a couple Joes. We don't really know. But that something like that is coming. I think that's pretty awesome. Euro tobacco mixed greens waters for sweet leaf. Yeah, right. Yeah. So, in that same vein, apparently there is a new fire team coming for the new Arctic HISS tank. So we're left to kind of fill in the blanks on that, and you could say that yeah, it's probably just going to be the same 3 figures that are in the 788. Fire team, just done in an Arctic version, which I think would be fucking awesome. Oh my god, what a perfect segue to talk about. So anyway, that was 2 more great things that my brother Mark revealed last week. I'm just kind of going over those as we move along to the show. How about that 3-pack of figures? Here's where I really wish I had got my shit straight with the laptop so I could pull up these things. Oh my god, I don't know which one. So the Drift Viper, is that what it was? The Drift Viper, which is the Night Viper but in white. How amazing is that? That looks phenomenal. I have to think though that the Saw Viper, the white Saw Viper, is like sick as fuck. It's got the wolf setup. The Saw Viper, it's got the wolf, whatever here. My only concern about that though is when you have this on, he can't put his backpack on, right? Does his backpack go under there? I mean, he's well, maybe it does. Now that I go like that, that would fit under there. I think it'll look a little silly, maybe, but yeah, that thing is ridiculous. This looks amazing. This is a crazy cool figure, and that Saw Viper looks amazing. So I'm really stoked about that. And from what it looks like so far that I've seen in a couple different places, that the Joe Sentry, you'll be able to put heads on it like Big Ben and some other ones. So basically what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to use existing heads that you have, just buy a bunch of those steel core Century ones, and you'll be able to put some heads on there. So I think that's really, really dope. I want that Super 7 Arctic Scarlet in classified form. Damn straight. That'd be awesome. Pop Cold Frenzy. I love Arctic stuff, but Hasbro has a horrible record with white plastic in the last 5 years. I'm pretty concerned about the color changing. Okay. Hey, fair enough. That's a legit concern. You keep that white plastic away from the light and use the gel packs. Okay. So what's that, brother? Bada Boom 118 Cobra. So are you saying that you don't necessarily display that white plastic in the light unless you have them out and you're taking pictures or something like that? And gel packs. What's the gel packs? What is that about, my brother? Help us out. They just need to put out a basic snow gear body with like 5 heads. Yeah, exactly. It's that simple. I'm okay with all these repaints. I really like the Big Bang Fitter. I'm happy to have the snow version. Yeah, hell yeah. Yo, the snow. I'm up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. So 13. I'm up to 13 snow serpents, and you know, I would definitely love to have just a couple other troopers in there or whatever. Okay, with the Transformers, everything is turning brown. That is white plastic. Wow. Okay, just Google it. Okay, yeah. Transformers, everything is turning brown. That's white plastic. No shit. That is fucking crazy. Sister Arsenal says yes. Yeah, dude, all those figures are amazing, aren't they? They look fucking fantastic. Yeah, I really in the listen, every time I look at that tank, the Arctic tank, I like it even more. Like the old Snow Job and Storm Shadow figures. Yes, hell yeah. No, that Snow Job was fucking like they all look like they had cigarette smoke on or cigarette resin on them. That's how yellow they got. G.I. Joe guy, our brother Conrad in the house. What's up? About to drive home, but he's listening. That's what's up, my brother. Welcome in. Glad you had a minute. Actually, Conrad and I just made a trade today. We've had some really perfect trades. Figures that I have, figures that he has. We throw down on them trades. It's pretty dope. It's a good way, you know. Like a lot of times, what I did towards the end of this year was I would just grab an extra figure or two of something, and then that way I was like, oh, okay, you know, I could trade this with other people, and like Breaker, Crystal Ball, and Dial Tone for whatever reason. Anytime I was trading with somebody, they were always willing to give me a bunch of shit if I had like one of those 3 figures. So anytime I can kind of pick any of those up, I kind of hold on to them. I don't think I'll be left holding the bag. It's too much direct sun in store with the disaccount. Oh, okay. Got you. Thank you, Bada Boom 118 Cobra. Thank you. Sis 3 Arsenal. Disappointed the Joe figure did not come with better heads. Agreed, right? I feel like that's one of those things that should have been a no-brainer, because that he doesn't come with like a lot of stuff. It's like bare bones kind of thing. So I feel like maybe that's what you do. Maybe you give us that figure, you drop like, I don't know, fucking 5, 6 heads in there, and boom, there you go. I mean, think of how many you would sell with that. Sometimes, you know, I said it earlier, you know, we can't always try to act like we understand and know what the best moves are for $1 billion company, right? We know what we want. We know what we want them to release it and stuff like that, but they are looking at things in like this huge picture. And so sometimes it's like, hey, listen to me, I'm not excusing anything from a company that is shown over and over again that it's worried about its bottom line more than anything else. Yeah, options, better heads, options, anything like that. Anything that we could have did to troop build with that figure a little more and have that uniqueness. And I think that's extra important for the G.I. Joes. I was talking about this earlier with Anchor Viper, that the Joes are mostly individual characters. Cobra is way more troop builders. Cobra totally has individuals, you know, they have all the dreadnoughts, you know, Destro, Baroness, Firefly, Scrap Iron, etc., etc. But they have also, like, their most iconic figures are all troop builders. And so, or maybe, I don't know about most iconic, but you know what I mean. And for the Joes are more individual characters. Like, who's the fucking troop builders for the Joes? The Steel Claw Sentry? Like, that's it. I was thinking about that earlier, and I'm sure I'm missing something. Like you can troop build Grunt, but Grunt is a character who's one dude who's just Grunt. Um, I'm troop building with Footloose, who's now become Feetloose. But he's an individual character. So I'm always thinking about that. Like I thought that's why it was super important for them to come with the whatchamacallit. Thank you, Dave. Big props to Sis and Mo for the awesome dial pieces. Some of those were a gift from Destro. Yes. I was very happy. He actually, it was very nice. Conrad purchased the Outpost live on the air from Mos Mind, and then I sent him a handful of matching color mission crates, and they have the little ammo can looking things, which are just all amazing. And the shots he took today kind of really featured all that. It was really dope. Look, I think I was literally trying to repost that earlier. My phone rang, and then I never went back to it. You should have seen me as a mad dash at the end of the day trying to write down everybody's figure list. I'm working on a dial right now that I need to be finished. Oh my God, you ain't lying. Ooh, Rock Lockdown in the house. What's up, my brother? Glad you could make it. Okay, just trying to stay caught up in the chat. If I go too long without checking in, I get fucking way lost. All right, so speaking of those lists, because we are getting along here, we will start talking about who everybody's favorite 3 3/4 were. So, I definitely said figure, and I definitely want people's choices to weigh heavily on figures, but it's hard not to put a character in there if it's such like a crazy character, right? Like the Dreadnoks were characters in a way that it made the figures, right? If you just had like those figures from another line of toys without the Dreadnought story, nobody would give a fuck. I think I can't speak for everybody, but you understand. Your son just got home. All right, Dave. Good luck. The Outpost is amazing. Can I buy one right now while you're on chat? Oh, looks like okay. So, well, when you come back, yeah, absolutely. What do you guys think of a Headhunter, Headman, and Gristle classified line? I'm starting a troop build Headhunter. I mean, Headhunter's a great one. If Snake Eyes is a 0, my tops is Jinx. I want those middle scopes. Oh, right. Yeah, do your thing, Dave. Family first, brother. We'll be here. So JJ, I'm gonna get to his top 5 first. So it's a very cool top 5. I'm a big fan of most of these. Number 5, he's got Spirit. Spirit is dope. He's an incredible figure. Even like the classified Spirit is amazing. The Mad Marauder Spirit is also amazing. Like the Mad Marauder's low light figures are so fucking awesome that I completely forget that those horrible colors are on there. I don't know what it is. It's just when I look at them, they're just absolutely perfect. Parameters for favorite 3 3/4. Yes, 82.94, brother. Let me know when you're ready. Just put them bitches in there, and I will get to it. 100%. Mine's about to break a dam. Yeah, I think that is a problem too. Like Doc Sewage was talking about them Vipers, that 6-pack from the Viper Pit or whatever it was called in the was that like early 2000s? Shit, I don't want to say because I don't remember what year, but yeah. But Spirit is a great figure. You cannot go wrong with Spirit. I remember like that shirt. I remember him looking iconic in a way. He had that gun that had the big clip. I don't know. I thought it was a super cool figure. One of my personal favorites, if not probably number 1. He at his number 4, he's got Beachhead. He comes up a couple times, so I'll spread out the love for Beachhead. But even as if you add his character, he's like the best. But just looking at him, he's amazing. The balaclava, the 9mm clips all across the front. I should probably watch that language. The clips that he has. Just the uniform in general, like the vest with like that tactical sweater underneath. It is just amazing. Oh, it is just amazing. Bada boom. We got Zartan, Destro, Firefly, Snake 2, and their number 1. Is that version 1 or 2? Bada boom. Martian dude, what's up, my brother? Welcome in. Glad you can make it. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Snow Leopard. The Vipers with the crouch power from 2006. Thank you. All right, so Conrad. Oh yeah, a lot of that one. 2, 3, 4. Got you. What are we up to? Martian dude. If you've got a top 5 3 3/4 figure list, chop it up. Okay. Yep. Those are both V2. V2. All right, Conrad, you got it. Excellent. All right. So just a jerk. We've got Spirit at number 5, Beachhead at number 4. At number 3, he's got Tunnel Rat. I love Tunnel Rat. Tunnel Rat is definitely in my favorite list. He was one of those figures that I was in love with their card art. I thought his card art was just phenomenal. It was absolutely amazing. Number 2, he's got Jinx. Crazy cool figure. Ninjas were cool. Especially like ninjas were huge back then, not just for Snake Eyes, just like in general. I was a ninja, I think like 5 of 6 years from, the 6 to 12 or whatever. 5 of those years, I think I was a ninja. Sometimes Storm Shadow, but sometimes just a fucking ninja. And then at number 1, he's got the iconic Snake Eyes version 2. Now, I say this all the time. Snake Eyes version 2 is like such an amazing figure because Snake Eyes version 1 was the coolest action figure anybody had ever seen at the time. And so in order to recreate that iconic figure, they had to go so fucking perfect. And basically they stuck with the darker colors. This is where we first saw the visor. He's got the bandolier with the 3 grenades. They gave him a sword and a fucking dog. And boom, you've got, I don't know which one is more popular, but if you put them together, it is without a doubt the most iconic action figure character that we've ever seen. Hama is the GOAT alone for creating Snake Eyes. So just another jerk. What a great list. Spirit, Beachhead, Tunnel Rat, Jinx, and Snake Eyes. Boom. All right. Our brother G.I. Joe Captions. Now, he didn't give an actual order, and he put Snake Eyes Commando, which I'm assuming that means version 1. Totally awesome. Totally awesome. Recondo, a super cool figure, and the character plays a lot because he was in a lot of different shit, and I think it was good. Now, Mutton Junkyard, that card art from Mutton Junkyard is also again super just like amazing. I could look at that shit, like I would just stare at that shit, and the actual figure itself is crazy. Now, I'm ashamed to say that I have not opened my classified yet, and it's been right there staring at me for like a couple weeks. I actually took it. I was behind a bunch of stuff. I took it out so I could finally get at opening it up because I want to put it with all my Green Joes. Totally amazing. Here we go. Mos Mind. Let's see. A couple votes for that snake, that particular snake. Yep. Oh, listen, it's hard to squeeze all that in there, so no sweat. I only have a few classic 3 3/4 Snake Eyes version 2 is one of them. Well, that's a dope one to have. Great Snake Eyes summary. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Same. Nice, Chris. Nice, my brother. Okay, so that his number 3 was. Oh no, sorry, it was not in a particular order. Mutton Junkyard. Then he had Ripcord. Awesome. So Ripcord Classified it's the Night Force version. It's obviously totally off the hook. I just happen to have this. I have a whole bunch of shit sitting here from when I was working on some shots the other day. I tried taking some pictures of him, and it's like he's a totally dope figure. But unless I find a way to get I want to get I think I'm going to use a fan and have him suspended by the waist like this over a fan so it blows his parachute up. I'm sorry, I just gave you a behind the scenes without actually having made the shot yet. But when you see it, you'll know how I did it. right, Martian dude, hold up. Yeah, you've got a list that looks a lot like mine, Martian dude. So yeah, nice, very nice, and Night Viper, very good. Uh Rock Rock Lockdown, is that your list? It's just a fucking low light. That's it. Low light. Take it. That's great. He is tops. He is tops for figures for me. He is right up there. He is fucking awesome. Like just an insane fucking figure. Um, uh, Also got a special shout out. 6 to 10, the Snow Serpent. I love eels. Hooded Hydro Viper Shockwave. Oh, all right, hold on. Eels. Hooded Coco. Hydro Viper. Shockwave. Gotta have Shockwave. What it is. Sub-Zero. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Here we got Rock with the rest. Ooh. Ooh, Snake V3. That's an interesting. I love it. Nice. Thank you. Yeah. That was funny though. Just like, yo, low light. It's fucking awesome. All right, so Ripcord was that last one, and we'll round it out with Airborne and Scarlet. So G.I. Joe captions, he Snake Eyes Commando, Recondo, Mutton Junkyard, Ripcord, Airborne, and Scarlet. Very, very cool. Yeah, the only way to talk about Alley Vipers is to shout it, right? You got to shout it as loud as the orange on their shit. Next up, we got Snow Leopard. Now, Snow Leopard gave me Joes and Cobras, and that's totally cool. We'll do the Joes first. At number 10, he's got Outback. Totally killer figure. Really, really awesome. Sometimes he gets hate for that shirt, but it's pretty dope for sure. So great pick, number 10. Number 9, he's got Big Ben. Big Ben got a lot of votes on here. Big Ben was a hit figure. He's also an insanely ridiculously cool classified figure with the Night Force. I love it. Wait, was Big Ben ever a regular figure, or did we have huh? Yeah, in this chat we respect Alley Vipers the proper way. You fucking know it, Rock. Anchor Viper is just as much of a fan as we are, bro. That shit's dope. Yep. So number 9, Big Ben. That's a great choice. Number 8, our dude has Hit and Run. Love it. Love it. He is one of those figures where card art, I could stare at it. The figure itself was amazing. I think he's an excellent choice and an absolute figure. Can't wait to get this classified to him. Number 7, he's got a dude that I have professed my love for so many times. The dude Shockwave, just an incredible figure. The card art is elite. I feel like Shockwave, Alley Viper card arts are probably the best. Yeah, really, really fucking awesome. That's yeah, marching down an alley, banging on them shields, you know it. So Shockwave was at his number 7. Now at number 6, he's got 2, which I love it when that happens. So he's got Ambush and Bullhorn coming in at number 6. Awesome, great choices, brother. Ambush is tops for me right now. He's put him. I have 4 figures that are all tied for the number 1 most wanted classified that I want. And Ambush is one of them. At number 5, we've got another vote for Recondo. Great choice. Number 4, we got Hawk. First vote for Hawk. Hawk is dope. I loved him as a figure as a kid. I like that he was. I like that he was. Shit, I need Shockwave. He was probably one of the only 3/4 I didn't take apart as a kid. Yeah, no, he is awesome. Ambush is fantastic, for sure. Hawk was great. He could tell he was the boss, but he also, like, you saw him in some action, so he wasn't just like standing in the back, like, commanding an army. He was actually out there doing it, so I love that. Coming in at number 3 on the Joe side for Snow Leopard is Stalker 1 and 2, and I love that. Sometimes Stalker 1 doesn't get enough love because 2 came with a fucking boat, Speaking of the devil, at low light, he's got number 2. He has low light, which is an excellent choice. He is an elite figure. He came with an amazing gun. The shit was totally dope. And at number 1, he's got Beachhead, which I love that because he is an incredible figure, and I can't help but want to say he should be everyone's number 1 Joe. You know, when you include the figure, it's more, or I'm sorry, the character, it's more so, but the figure itself is incredibly dope. So, the honorable mentions on the Joe side, he's got, these are great: Spirit, Alpine, Footloose, and Shipwreck. Those are like perfect honorable mentions. Like, great. So that's Snow Leopards, Joe list. Now we're gonna move to his Cobra. At number 10, he's got the Viper. The Viper is just an iconic. You know, absolutely everybody saw this. The pointing. He's still got his finger on there. Believe it or not, the range Viper hasn't cut it off yet. But the Viper is just, it's ridiculous. You know, I love that they did do the retro. As much as I always say, I like the 3-pack better for like my photos, action photos. This is a killer looking figure. It's so dope. And a great way to start off this list at number 10. Number 9, Major Blood. I loved Major Blood. And he looked, yeah. Oh, yeah. Put that thing away. I know. You ain't lying. You know, Major Blood. He's like, as a character, I loved him because, and I know we're doing figures, but his figure speaks for itself. It's the way they had the brown and the black, which is why the classified Cobra Island one is so dope, because it's really that brown and black, and they did it. I don't know. I love that when they did it well. And when they redid it and they put the other red on him, I love that too, because now he can lead his team. So, that's a good question. So yeah, the war bonds that we're going to hand out are for sure redeemable for figures. I don't have the list off the top of my head, but Tex is asking a good question. We'll see what it says. So number 9, Major Blood, excellent choice. Number 8, the Baroness. We all love the Baroness. The Baroness is amazing. She's a great figure. Although she does look a bit thick, like it's almost like a man buck that they kind of just put some chick-ons. But it's definitely for sure an amazing figure, and she was just so much all over the cartoon. It was just, yeah, you had to absolutely call it a prisoner trade text. That's funny. I only saw Baroness. Yeah, dude, the Baroness is amazing. So that's a great choice at number 8. Number 7, our dude has Destro 1 and 2, which, you know, it's gonna be hard to not see him on everybody's list, because a lot of people will tell you that that's what actually brought them in to that's what brought them into G.I. Joe's when they saw that silverhead figure. And number 6, the Cobra Commander. Listen, hooded or battle mask, he's an iconic figure. At number 3, it's the Bat. One of the coolest fucking troop builders that they have, for sure. The card art was amazing. It was cool to see it in the actual show. And yeah, I think they're amazing. I'm sorry, that's number 5 is the Bat. Number 4, we've got the Eels. Again, this is a troop builder that, you know, you should probably see on every list. Number 3 is Zartan. You know, if you had the Zartan that came with the old man carton of junk shit, that was ridiculous. We don't talk about that enough, I think, and that we didn't get that from Classified, which I think is a little crazy. I felt like they could have made the chameleon, you know, it breaks down, it does all this, and it's just, you know, no, listen, Anchor Viper, I had kind of said it was, but I love the figure, and listen, and I love women in all shapes and sizes. But that figure, I just, every once in a while, I'll see a picture of that figure and go, Jesus. So it's so burly, I guess. Number 2, Firefly. I've said that I don't think Firefly, I think he's an underrated figure, because he's like the coolest fucking looking thing, and for some reason he doesn't, I don't know, people, he's not given that number 1, you know, go Cobra, I think, whatchamacallit, as he should. Man, it's gonna be, I have my list is ridiculous. So that was number 2, and at number 1, he's got the Snow Serpent, and I think that's an excellent choice. 100%. I think when as a kid, I looked at the Snow Serpent was my favorite, And then the eel, I didn't have an eel, but they looked so fucking cool that the eel was like number 2, the viper was number 3, the bat was number 4, or reverse the bat, the viper. They were just so unbelievably fucking awesome. His honorable mentions for Cobra are the Officer Trooper, the Crimson Guard, and the Techno, Hydro, Alley, and Night Vipers. All the Vipers, all that Vipers. And you know, Snow Leopard has an insane 3 3/4 collection, so that is a killer way to get into that and bust it out. Thank you for taking the time to send that, Snow Leopard. Those lists are fucking fantastic. Now I'm gonna go through Big Red's list. He definitely gave me a few. I'm gonna kind of just go a little bit faster here, just so we can make sure we get through all these. The first one right off the bat, and I love that he chose this, was from '85, Airtight. A lot of people don't talk about him. A lot of people bust on his vacuum gun or whatever. He's an awesome fucking figure. I definitely remember having him, and I think that he was great. Shipwreck. I remember him looking awesome. Even he didn't look the traditional military garb. I still loved it. I think it looked cool. The Crimson Guard. Everybody's heard me bitch about it before. For some reason, when I was a kid, I thought they should have been blue. I don't know. The red was crazy. I was like, nothing else is red like this. Make them fucking blue, like they should be. Snow Serpent. You're gonna see it. We should be seeing these a lot, at least. Snow Serpents are the elite of the elite Cobra troops. Fantastic design, and the file card totally sold for me. Nailed it. Thank you, brother. Yes, Shipwreck and Polly. You're right. Yep, a Rock Lockdown. I got to mention that for sure. 86. He's got Beachhead. Awesome. A lot of people's number one. Then he's got Sci-Fi version 1, fucking great. I think where do I have that? I just he was the guy for the today's picture. So yeah, Sci-Fi version 1, totally dope figure. And I also loved him in the cartoon, even though you only saw him every once in a while. His uniform, it's one of those things like the Alley Vipers. You're like, yo, this looks ridiculous, but I love it. One of those things. Iceberg. He only came with 1 gun, but he was a dope figure. Looked awesome on the Battle Bear. Dial Tone. A killer 3 3/4 figure, and they fucking crushed it as Dial Tone. I don't know where the fuck he is. Gotta be right here, right? There's Mainframe, there's Breaker. Oh, here he is, right in front of my face. So I actually took you know what? Oh, God, I can't really show it. I put a silencer on his pew pew, and it looks more appropriate. I'll have to show you guys in the timeline, because you know he just looks like he needs to be sneaky and quiet, right? Sneaking up to hack your computer, sneaking up to establish comms, you know, so we can raid your base. And you would think he'd need to be quiet for that. You can't go loud, you know, letting that chopper bark like that. You need that silencer. So Dial Tone, great choice. Low Light, gotta have him on your list for sure. Law and Order, didn't see enough of him on the list. I thought maybe I would see a lot more on that, but yeah, there's Law and Order. Crocmaster, who was just insane when we were kids. Cobra Commander version 3, which version 3 is the hooded, right? So they had 2 battle masks, and then the third one was the hooded. Was that the hooded? Hit and Run. So he's got 3 right here that are some of my favorites. Hit and Run, Blizzard, and Shockwave. Fucking love it. The Toxo Viper, the Hydro Viper, both crazy figures with the coolest fucking helmets. Stalker version 2 comes with a boat, y'all. Everybody loves Stalker version 2. Deep Six, who surprised I didn't see some of those more, because he did have the whole setup, and it came with the pump where you used to squeeze it and I put the air in there and all the bubbles would come out. That was some cool shit. Targat is a fucking super cool. I cannot wait to get that for a classified. Hopefully they do that. I think that will look absolutely fucking crazy. Here finally we see on the list, you got the Alley Viper and the Night Viper right back and back. Listen, that Night Viper that they got coming for classified looks fucking awesome. And it was, now I remember wanting a Night Viper, but I never saw it. I only saw it in like a catalog. And then I think I was in a comic, and I think I saw it in a comic, and I wanted, and I knew it existed. I wanted it really bad, but I never saw it in a store. And back then you couldn't, if you didn't see it in fucking Toys R Us, KB, or sometimes CVS would have a couple figures. If you didn't find it in any of those places, you never got it. Naugahyde, which that's one of the reasons that his classified is so dope, is because they made it exactly like it was in the 3 3/4, and I think it came out fantastic. Snake Eyes version 4, I love that Snake Eyes. It's obviously a departure from the all black, and with a little bit of silver, a little bit of gray. But to me, he looks like the urban commando, right? He's not just or the urban alpha commando. He looks great with, you put a big hammer in his hand, and you have him come flying through a window. He's right there backing up the people that are kicking the doors. So I think that's fantastic. And then rounding off his list, it was Big Ben. Those are all amazing choices, and there's quite a few. So if we could have probably broke that up maybe into GI Joes and Cobras, but I like the way it all blended together. Brother, thank you for taking the time to make that list. I think it's fucking awesome. Oh God, 13 complete. What? Let me scroll back. 18 Snow Serpents, 13 complete. I love it. Well, that's a lot, because Snow Serpents came with the backpack, the gun, and the little mortar thing. Right? Am I missing something? Did they have a sidearm too? Wow. Yeah, salute that. That is awesome. CVS is where I got my first 3 Joes ever. Oh, no shit, Stevie. No kidding. I'm trying to remember. So there was the CVS that was by my house. I definitely remember getting Joes there. I think I remember the first time I went there. It was right down the street from my house. And I remember going there with some birthday money. And they were like, instead of $2.99, they were like $3.49. And I remember my mother being like, "Oh, no. These are more expensive. We'll get them we'll go to KB or Toys R Us." And I was like, "No, they're in front of me right now. Give them to me. I don't care what it is." Cobra Commander version 3 is the battle armor. Oh, thank you, Anchor Victor. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Okay. Yeah, I still have an open mind. What I'm thinking about doing is everybody from Operation Dragonfire. Is that what it is? The first thing right after the movie, right? It is DIC, but it's slightly tolerable. It's where you see Cobra Commander get his uniform from Copperhead, and then he makes Copperhead the head of Python Patrol. And so I was thinking about doing a shot where it's I don't have Once a Man, but I guess that would really be the best way to do it. But it's going to be, Cobra Commander coming out as the battle armor, and then him changing Copperhead to the thing, because our brother Rock Lockdown, I had just recently gotten a Python Patrol lot from him, and I need to integrate them up there. And I figured I could maybe take them all down, put the new people in, and then just do a shot where they're all arched in units in an army formation, and then in the front it'll be, Cobra Commander handing Copperhead his golden gun or his bloody machete or something along those lines. I think that's just a good way to get a cool ass shot. I did that one Python Patrol video that I thought was pretty cool. The way that it was set up. It was the very last thing I did before I broke down the big jungle scene with the running river. Yeah, I was like, all right, I want to get one more kind of use out of that, and I did. It worked out well. So yeah, thank you, Big Red, for your list. I think that was really, really dope. I am gonna break into our brother Doc Sewage, Jesus Christ, Doc Sewage took the time to write this nice little list. He gave me 5, but he gave me 5 super cool figures that you probably wouldn't guess, and he gave us a nice little list. So try to listen up, y'all. This is good. At number 5, our brother gives us the Cobra Trooper version 30, 2022. It took Hasbro 40 years to finally make a perfect Cobra Trooper figure. He's amazing, a perfect blend of cartoon and comic book appearance with giant playability. And they released it as a part of the Sky Striker HasLab instead of a figure that you could buy and troop build with. You know what? Fuck you, Hasbro. Why would you do that? Fuck you. Number 5, Cobra Trooper. I'm just reading verbatim what he wrote. The Wiper in the Viper episode is Rick Viper's dad. Ah, yes. You couldn't resist, Stevie. You had to get... The Wiper in the Viper episode is Rick Viper's dad. Somehow that makes total sense, and I fucking love it. That's great. That's great. At number 4, our brother has Mercer version 2 from 1991. The weird uniform that... Oh, man, my handwriting is so bad. The weird uniform that hints of being an ex-Cobra with the wizened beard really got to me. Far from the bravado of his 1987 debut version, this is a man that's seen some shit and ain't been the same afterward. He's haunted. which is a perfect description of what would be a perfect figure. I think that was amazing. So what a great choice, and what a great breakdown. Number 3, Claymore version 1, 1986. This elite and exclusive member of G.I. Joe from the TRU Special Mission Brazil set was never in any cartoon, and his figure is a factory kit batch of existing parts. But something about this very slutty cheetah print uniform just gets me. Or maybe it's the exclusivity. Either way, he's totally slay. Fucking love it. It took me a minute. I was like, wait, Claymore, Special Mission. And just as I was typing it in to Google it, I remembered. I was like, oh, yeah, that leopard print is pretty fucking slay. I told my kids that he said it was slay too, and they actually got an amazing kick out of that. So whenever I get them kids to laugh or think anything I'm doing is cool, it really hits for me. So thank you for that. Number 2, Headman version 1 from 1992. So a drug dealer in the G.I. Joe universe? Question mark. He's like the ultimate 20th century villain. Coco, this is fucking hilarious. Cobra Commander is a wannabe dictator. Serpentor is a genetically engineered, hate-filled warmonger. And Hasbro was like, you know what America is even more afraid of? A guy who dresses like James Cagney and sells weed. He's goddamn hilarious. I mean, that's such an interesting point, right? That when you have as your resident bad guys, you, like he says, you have this clear like dictator guy, and then you have this, as he puts it, genetically engineered, hate-filled warmonger. And Hasbro's like, no. A dude with a zoot suit and sells grass is definitely the way to go on that. That'll scare the shit out of him. So anyway, I thought that was fucking hysterical. That I LOL'd pretty hard when I read that. That was fucking amazing. Dave thinks that's funny too. His number 1 is Bazooka, 1985 version 1. It's kind of a cool reason too. He says he's a himbo, dumb as a doornail with a mighty stash. He's the first Joe to brazenly break uniform protocols with a fucking football jersey in lieu of any kind of button-up or martial uniform. Both the character and figure exude fun. Agreed. Completely agree. Now, that is some pretty cool shit. Now, everybody took the time to, write this down. I think that, considering I hit him up and was like, hey, I'm going live in like 35 minutes, any way you want to, or 40, whatever it was. I'm going live imminently here. Is there any way you could toss me a list? And I got it back. Like 10 minutes later. So that was very, very nice of him to stop what he was doing and help a brother out by giving me a top 10, knock it out of the box fucking list. Anchor Viper, whose list is this? They sent in an A+ list, and we are all looking at B's. Yes, at B's tops. So listen, that is from our brother Doc Sewage. Doc Sewage is in Cold Slither. He plays Torch. Wait, why am I? Yes, he plays Torch. He plays in the actual band Cold Slither. He has absolutely ridiculous 3 3/4 collection that he does a wonderful Joe a day. And he puts a figure out there, and it's always in an incredible dio with a bunch of different shit, a bunch of cool dio pieces, and he sets up a scene that looks really cool, and he does a Joe a day by that. One of the things he did recently, I'm trying to remember that. I think the figure that he was showing was Ozone, and he used these other 3 3/4 fodder figures to make a scene where Ozone was with the Ghostbusters at first down by their vault. Do you remember the Ghostbusters scene version 1 where the red-headed guy comes in and he's like, I'm with the energy company or the environmental company, like Encon. I'm with Encon. And they were like, we want to see your fucking thing. And they were like, no, we don't want to show that to you. And then they come back with a warrant and they have to go down. And there's a scene where that red-headed guy is looking at their ghost vault. And Doc Sewage recreated that scene, but showing off Ozone with all these other figures. And I was like, I'm looking at it, and I remember I even hit him up. I commented, I was like, yo, is this by any chance the Ghostbusters scene? He was like, yes, it's exactly what it is. And then he had for the other Ozones that he had the next couple of days, he did other shots where it was what was the next one that they were doing? There was one where the marshmallow guy, Stay Puft, had gooped a couple of dudes, so we had like marshmallow on them. They were like this, fucking amazing. Man, and there's just been lately, there's been a whole bunch that we just did recently. He had the 2006 Cobra Vipers that he was talking about how bad the crash was and how they look amazing, but they're total shit plastic, just awful fucking figures in that way. And he did like this whole series of shots because what he does is when he's doing a Joe a day, he'll be like, okay, here's the Viper. But if he has more than one of that Viper, he'll do multiple days. So he had 6 Vipers. So for 6 days in a row, he had a different shot for each day. And knowing what it takes to set up shots where you have all this stuff in there, it's not easy. And dude pumps out one a day, and they always have stupid cool theme, stupid cool figures, and he just crushes it. I think it's fucking awesome. Now for anybody, I think as far as loving heavy metal, I think it like heavy metal. I think it's me, Snow Leopard, and Anchor Viper, and Tex. I don't know. Whoever does those guys' videos and design work is incredible. Yes, absolutely. Well, I know, I guess I shouldn't even say that. Yeah, wait, Doc Sewage's torch. Doc Sewage's torch, Conrad. No, yes, 100%. He is the fucking man. Now, I didn't know this at first, but this is my point about heavy metal. He is one of the founding members, I think, or like a singer bassist for Embalmed, which is just oh my god, Embalmed. Oh my god, I think I'm misremembering the name of it, and I like this band. I keep wanting to say Entombed. It's not Entombed. Holy shit, I think it's Embalmed. And they're awesome. I mean, that's super heavy death metal, but it's really good shit. If you like that kind of stuff, it's really fucking good. Yeah, the latest Cold Slither video was done by Doc too. Yes, all the figures you see, that was him doing it. He had a couple cool behind the scenes shots and all that. Yeah, dude. No, I sent him this huge ass message. It was like, dude, I'm such a weirdo. I probably scared the shit out of him because I sent him this huge long message saying, dude, wait, your torch. You're also the guy that was in that plays in these amazing super heavy metal bands. Like, what is going on here? Exhumed. Oh my god, Jesus, what did I say? Bombed. Oh my god. Yes, thank you. Exhumed. That makes so much more sense. It's so much. They're amazing. So I sent this long message and I was just like, dude, you are the fucking man. I mean, how many? I don't know anybody that is this many cool things. Like one of these things alone is totally fucking awesome. You're all of this shit. So yeah, no, he's the man. I always feel, it's very generous, taking the time to make that list. And so, yeah, so he's all that. He stopped what he was doing today to hook us up with this wonderful list and enjoy. And honestly, like, I want to hear more of this, right? Let me read that headman thing again. Cobra Commander is a wannabe dictator. Serpentor is a genetically engineered hate-filled warmonger. And Hasbro was like, you know what America is even more afraid of? A guy who dresses like James Cagney and sells weed. That's the kind of shit that I want. Now, again, in fairness, I bet a bunch of you guys would have done a breakdown like this too if I had said, oh, hey, take the time to, whatever. But it's hysterical. I thought that whole thing was great. If you happen to be watching, brother, I fucking appreciate, as you can see in the comments here, we all appreciate the hell out of you and everything that you do. And also taking the time to be friendly with any of us that give you kudos on the timeline for the great work that you do. You're always very gracious in saying thank you. So I think that's great. Whenever, we have an opportunity, I'm kind of reminded of like Nate Mylar is also in that same way where he's very nice. But somebody that generally, is like not, I'm just always, I think it's always so nice when somebody takes the time to just be appreciative of fans appreciating his shit. So that's what's up. We are going to jump on to the next list. So one more time, Doc Sewage, we love you. Thank you so much for everything. For that list. I thought that was amazing. We're going to move on to our boy, Jeremy Kimberlin. My brother has a really cool list. I'll say his honorable mention. His honorable mentions were any Night Force. He notes that he didn't have any, but he always wanted them when he was young. And I know what that's like. There's for sure. Like I said, I don't think I had an eel. And I remember thinking it was the coolest figure, and part of that was that I didn't have one. But as a troop builder, that fucking thing was amazing. So honorable mention for that. Any Night Force, I think that's great. At number 5, he has Sonic Fighters Falcon. Good choice. It's deep, and I think that it's pretty dope. I agree. I floated it out there that I would love to have him on, and that I would bend over backwards to get it. And he didn't really touch on that. I'm we don't know each other that well. I assume maybe he'd rather, and it's I'm sure he's very busy for sure. But yeah, no, I am actively. I'm gonna maybe at some point dial up the flirting that I'm doing. I'd like to entice him. I wouldn't want, I'm like with somebody like that. It's like he'd be such an awesome guest. It's like, do I offer him money? I feel like he would probably be offended if I offered him money, but it's time is worth fucking. If you're gonna come on my show's gonna be amazing. I wouldn't be against something like that. I mean, look at the list he gave us. But hey, not everybody. And the only reason I asked is I thought I maybe saw him on an interview. But listen, this it's not for everybody. I've asked a lot of people, and a lot of people are like, "Oh no, I don't want to be on that." It doesn't matter if he goes on stage and all that. Sometimes this is just where you're getting asked questions or whatever. But anyways, I don't want to. I would love to have him on. It would be amazing if we ever get the opportunity. I'd be incredibly thankful. So yeah, it's a good call though, my brother. So Sonic Fighter number 5 for Jeremy. Sonic Fighters Lieutenant Falcon. I think that's a super cool choice. Coming in at number 4, he's got the Viper version 1, the one we all know and love, finger pointer motherfucker. Coming in at number 3, he's got Storm Shadow version 2. Came up on a lot of lists, 100%. And it makes a lot of sense. I remember it was a polarizing figure. I remember the card art was crazy. All of that. It was definitely a cool ass figure. I loved it as well. I don't think I had it. I think I had a lot of used figures. I traded for shit. Oh yeah. The Anchor Viper do the flirting. I think you're on some. Book Cold Slither. Well, God, they're probably expensive. Huh. I don't know why that is ringing some kind of bell in my head that like maybe next year we put something together, like a get together where Cold Slither's playing. How cool would that be? Yeah, right. That's yeah. Come on, don't you know this now, Conrad? Doc is a dude. I brought my brother Classified Storm Shadow. Hope it's not a mistake. Oh no. I'm sure he'll love it, brother. Of course, he's gonna love it. He's gonna love it. Well, let's see. Who could I? Let's see. Who? Maybe Anchor Viper. We could get you to flirt with somebody who plays the Baroness, Sienna Miller, or whoever just played the Baroness in that the Snake Eyes movie. That movie was, not really good. But I thought the chick who played the Baroness had a real psycho look to her. I felt like when I looked at her, that one scene where she's talking real low and slow to Snake Eyes, I'm in my head, I'm like, I feel like she's a fucking psychotic person. Sybil Danning. Oh, is that her name? Oh, well, hell yeah. Cletus to Cobra, what's up, my brother? Sorry I'm late. I was installing a fascist dictator over in a small, very rich oil-producing country. I just got back. I love it. I love it. I love it. Hey, listen, the his tanks don't pay for themselves. That money's got to come from somewhere. And installing a dictator that is going to allow that oil and oil money to flow into Cobra's pockets is obviously a super fucking on the money deal. That's what's up. Thank you for joining us, my brother. Really, really appreciate it. We are actually going over, we've got lists of favorite 3 3/4 figures. We are about halfway through the list. Right now, we are in our brother Jeremy's list. His number 5 was Sonic Fighters Lieutenant Falcon. His number 4 was the Vipers version 1. Number 3 was Storm Shadow version 2. At number 2, he's got another vote for Stalker version 2. Again, y'all, comes with a fucking vote. Everybody loves that. And his number one, which I heard him say a bunch of times, and I don't blame him, is Rock and Roll version 2. I can't believe I did not see that on anybody else's list. Firing a few rounds from my AK into the air. Happy time. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, brother. Happy holidays, my dude. Excellent. Yeah, so Rock and Roll version 2 is his number one. And I think that's a great choice. Yo, does everybody remember those fucking guns? Those belt-fed double Gatling guns that had the action was on the bottom, and I mean, holy fucking hell. I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. What I do like, kind of, sort of, is the first version of Rock and Roll that we got and classified this year had the very much the look, right? Minus the baseball cap. Like if you put that kind of baseball cap kind of deal on that Rock and Roll classified, he would look just like the version 2, right? I mean, obviously minus the guns. I'm super happy that we got that figure. But God, sometimes, and as cool as it looks, sometimes when I just look at the retro, I'm like, yeah, this is the Rock and Roll I remember with that look. But I'm actually really starting to come around to liking how they're doing the retro look. So like I have a classified version Viper that I think is amazing. But then they gave us the 100% true to form Viper. And now that I have it, I go, oh yeah, I'm glad they did that. I got 2 of these. Like I said, they're the inside Vipers. They hang out inside, they do shit inside, they get the guns ready, and then they have the Vipers from the 3-pack that get the deeds done. Don't get me started on Desert Cobra Officer never getting a 82 to 94 release. Took Sideshow Toys to finally wise up. Yeah, listen, that is crazy town, because I don't know, it beckons, the Officer Trooper beckons to be in a desert camo. So one of the things that Cletus of Cobra, last Monday, Anchor Viper, who is also in the chat here, and I were on Mark Fogarty's Destro is My Spirit Animal. Amazing. He's got an amazing channel. I'm sure you've seen some of his content before. It's absolutely top notch. It's the best. And he was nice enough to have Anchor Viper and I on while he released what was given to him as classified intel about upcoming classifieds. So somebody reached out to him and said, this is what I do, XYZ. I'm able to see packaging and some other things way ahead of time. And he says he released it live on the air, all this information. So he had us on, we released it, and I wrote it down, and we've been talking about some of this. So there is hope that you may be getting your Cletus. And by that, I mean, one of the bits of information is that there is going to be a desert-themed 3-pack coming out. Now, unfortunately, we didn't know what it was, but what we do know, what if one of the desert repaints is, that's what I'm talking about. So if they did, let's just say they did a 3-pack, right? And they're like, oh, well, we could do like a desert fire team, right? And they take the fire team, like the 788 fire team, and they do, so it would be the officer, the infantry, and the range Viper. Imagine them in the desert colors, and then our boy Cletus will have his Cletus, and I think that would be dope. I think they would also look awesome, because seriously, you could put that fire team in any kind of repaint, and I hope that is what that other bit of information was, is that they were doing the fire team for the Arctic Hiss tank, and that they're just going to use those same ones, and then you add the Drift Viper, the Saw Viper, and whatever else they come out with. I think that would be super dope. I will definitely be looking to try and get a second classified Hiss driver. So I ordered 2. I honestly wanted 4, but I cannot justify spending an amount of money like that close to Christmas next year. So I ordered 2, and honestly, there's a chance I ordered them separately, so I had the option to cancel. There's a chance I might just get 1. I mean, look, I don't have. I was like counting the other day, I've opened 120 of like 360 figures. I don't even have room to display the shit. Like I keep it all of. Anyway, I won't go into all that. But once I build all these shelves, it'll be a little different, and maybe I would feel like a little better about that. But yeah. Oh, what's up, my brother? The bearded sumo, Jay Antonio is in the house. I've mentioned it before. Stay tuned, y'all. We're gonna be dropping that power hour here and there, and that shit is gonna be fire. I think everybody's gonna love that for sure. What if one of the? Oh, yep. Let's see. Oh, nice. How about that? Cletus can come in a pack with Vegas showgirls. I fucking love that. That is fucking great. Crossing my fingers, it'll be a desert figs. Yeah. Lenny told me at San Diego Comic-Con that desert was always one of his favorite subcategories. So here's hoping by 2027. Dude, what that info was saying is that is next year. That shit's coming out next year. Again, we don't know exactly, what it is there, but how cool would that be for sure? Yeah, desert. Imagine that, a bunch of showgirls. I prefer them to sell the officer separate from the 3-pack. I don't need multiple officers. Yeah, uh, you know, there's something to that. If the officer was maybe like, what it comes down to for me is like the infantryman looks so much better, and you can get something that seems like, because it's a 3-man fire team. You don't need an officer to lead the other 2 guys. You know what I mean? What you do is you make them all, gunners in some way. You give a rocket launcher to one, a heavy gun to another, and then just like a rifleman, right? You sort of basically you have your heavy gunner, your rifleman, and your incendiary fucking specialist. And there you go. And then after you get like 3 of those packs, that's when you buy that officer to command everybody. That's a good point, Chris from Sister Yards. Well, I love that. Are they gonna amplify the Stinger, make a tan version, and then a tan Vamp re-release? I mean, we have to be getting a Mark II, right? Vamp Mark II. I don't know how we don't, but why won't I? Listen, I've heard lots of different people talk about it. Like, well, why can't we get why can't we get a re-release of that Vamp? They see everybody out here paying $300. You would think that they would come back up with it. Like they can print money by just giving us the desert and Arctic variants. Yeah, no, for sure. Of course they can. Rock Lockdown for sure. Yeah, Stevie asking about the van. Yeah, we'll get a Mark II, bro. I don't know why they're just not re-releasing the original for sure. I got 2 Arctic Hiss tanks. Oh, nice. Jay Antonio, he's got 2 Arctics coming too. Very good. Yeah, I figure if I have 2, I can put one on each side of the black one and display them that way. And then if I'm doing, whatever. But at this point, it looks like there's going to be so many winter troops that I'm going to have to do a whole shelf full. I'll have the Snowcat on one side, the Hiss tanks on the other side, and have the troops fighting in the middle. I think that might, just as a display. Vamp Mark II needs to happen. It was great. I agree. Can we get Hector Ramirez and Cameraman 2-pack? Ooh, now we're talking. That is some shit. So Jay Antonio dropping that right there. Can we get Hector Ramirez and a Cameraman 2-pack? I think that would sell like a motherfucker. They have to know. I mean, I don't know. There might be an issue with needing some new tooling, but for what? Just a head? I'm sure. What you could also do now that you're saying that, Jay Antonio, we could wind up, convincing them. You just say, oh, okay. So you give us the Hector Ramirez and a cameraman, right? Well, the Hector Ramirez, you put him in a suit, and then you use that same suit body to do Tomax and Zaymon, and release. You just repaint it something different, and you put Hector Ramirez in like a tan suit, and then you give a black setup or a red setup to the twins. And then the cameraman, you could make him some kind of other goofy fuck that some dude that works for G.I. Joe and like the Office or some shit like that. If we feel we're getting the desert theme next year, we'll be seeing a HasLab more. I mean, that's a good question. Maybe, I sometimes when I think of like the Mauler as a HasLab, it makes me go, no. It's a plain ass looking tank. I would love to have it at the $200 range, right? And that be that. You know, maybe make it 220 and put the figure in it, maybe. But what I want to see out of it, it's a good point and question though, Stevie. What I'd prefer to see out of it would be something like have it be much bigger shit, right? I think the Terradrome is probably a little bit out of reach. That'd be like $1,000. I don't know if people could do that. But if I think of shit like the Havoc or the Cobra bug, like imagine getting a fucking bug. How fucking awesome would that be? But you know, I would prefer it to be shit that is like dream case scenarios, like stuff that we would never get otherwise. You know, a lot of people, you know, I can remember when I first started the podcast, my first one was when all the drama about the snowcat was going on. And it was just like, you know, I get what people are saying. My brother Mark from Destro's My Spirit Animal had a few good points when we talked about it. And I get it. I get it. That is another vehicle that they might have been able to give us at the you know, the $200 price point because it's, you know. But then when you start looking back at the size of it, how big it was compared to, like, say, the Hiss tank back then, it's fucking huge. I when I think of spending that money, I'd rather have Matt from Mos Mind, you know, make me something that's just bigger and better, you know. But I'll see everybody doing pictures of that snowcat, and I would just be, I would wind up spending more. And so the way that I looked at it is that I could buy it. I could use it for a little while to take pictures and then sell that motherfucker and actually make money. So I figured that maybe that's probably an option. And then imagine I get use out of it. I sell it for more than I paid for. I can go buy something from Matt to keep now and still probably have extra money in my pocket. It's not a bad plan. We'll see what happens there. You can fix it by calling a squad leader or fire team leader instead of an officer. Sure, but then the figure's the same, though, Dave. I mean, listen, I hear what you're saying, brother, and that's, you know, they sit and watch. I mean, I totally see what you're saying. God, sorry, my allergies have me so wrecked right now. My nose is so itchy. Mark II, then gridiron weapon system for it. Yes, yeah, definitely for sure. Well, because the Mark II, the missile system that the Mark II had, resembled the wasn't that the Snowcat missile? Like, they didn't put the Stinger missiles on the Mark II. They put that other missile set that looks like what is already the already is the gridiron 4-banger that popped up and down. Convention special, Hector Ramirez with interview set and hooded Cobra Commander. Boom. Ooh, and the hood. All right, I'm listening. You got me. Cameraman can be used to do scoop later. Fuck, that's the one. Right there. Chuckster's got it. So now we got reuse for everything. I love it. Cletus Cobra, he loves it too. Just like that Joker interview set. Nice. Yeah, very good. Very good. That's good. Yeah, Chuck sealed the deal on that. So now we know what we're doing with the cameraman. Yep, Snow Leopard as well. Joker interview set. Intriguing. How do I miss these things? Oh, dude, there's so much shit that they make out there that's not G.I. Joe. It's insane. I'm not a Mauler guy. I love the Mobat. The Mobat is special. The Mauler is just too generic. The Mobat is like a fighter jet on treads. Yeah, it's just very plain. I just don't see. I'd rather see something that's fucking nuts. Give me something that's totally nuts. You guys discussion about less HasLab, more 200 vehicles spot on. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, for sure. It seemed, you know, like, you know, you're making it. What makes it also so exclusive if you have this very limited time to order, right? I mean, there was, you know, there was definitely, I don't want to go point for point, but yeah, thank you, Cletus. I appreciate that. But yeah, no, it just seemed like you could be, you know, you could get more out of it, right? Like, again, without knowing the ins and outs of the $1 billion company, I can't think about like a Hiss tank at the $200 price point, right? I feel like if you drop that to $150, I'm buying 3. Because right now I'm spending $400 on 2 of them, and you're like, all right, but I'm definitely not buying more than that. In fact, I'm holding the option to cancel one because I'm kind of like, But if they were $150, I would get 3, and they're getting more money out of me that way. So yeah, for sure. I'm glad you enjoyed that, brother. Bug was one of my favorite sets all time. Rock Lockdown. Yeah, bro, that bug was cool. I had gotten a used one that was missing some stickers. Something was broke off the back. But dude, it was so cool. I love the pod that detached in the front. I'm a sucker for detachable things. Remember that He-Man set that had that part, the Rams, the fucking had the missile that shot out of the back, and then that the part detached. I don't know what it was. I love that thing. And then I graduated to GI Joes, and then never touched the He-Man again. There's a 112 Terradrome custom on eBay right now, 3,500. Really? Oh, you know what? I think I saw that. Somebody sent me a picture. If it's the same one, I have to say it looks phenomenal, like absolutely phenomenal. And you know, if I had $3,500, would I rather feed some starving families? Sure, but if I was rich enough, I'd feed some starving families and buy me a $3,500 Terradrome, no doubt. Cletus, I agree. I have yet to get a HasLab. It's just out of my range. Well, Stevie, you know, like we had talked about, I got that second Snowcat coming, and if my cousin has a deadline to pony up, or it is yours. We'll talk about that offline for sure. Classified Bug could be awesome. Yeah, Angry Viper, I think that would be amazing. J. Antonio, Havoc can be part of the on-demand wave. I don't need lighting on it. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I feel like a Havoc is one of those ones that, you know, with the detachable thing in the back, maybe we want the HasLab on it, but maybe they could keep it more affordable by not putting lights in it. I agree. A Bug would probably be about the size of the Atlas, I would guess. Probably, right? I actually, now that you say it, because it was quite boxy and everything like that too. So Rock Lockdown, I think you're onto something there for sure. Cletus Cobra, I had to get a hiss, but yeah, passed on the rest. I just don't have the room for a Rattler, etc. So I'll tell you right now, dude, the Rattler is so big. It is, the wingspan is ridiculous. I saw there was a guy locally that I bought some stuff from. He had two of them, and it took up his entire dining room table, and it was a decent sized table. Like it was all of it. And he's like, oh no, I have to keep these like underneath a table in the other room. He's like, I just put them out so you could see them when you got here. I appreciated it, but yeah, dude, those things are huge. And again, if somebody gave me one, I would fucking take it and find a place for it. But yeah, I didn't buy a Rattler. I don't know what it is when I look at the Dragonfly. And that same place, I saw the Dragonfly live, and I have to admit that in person, it really took me. I was like, oh my God, that's way cooler than it looks in pictures. I'm probably not going to buy one. I got the Ripcord. My brother Rock was nice enough to sell me this. Out of all the figures, this is the one I really wanted. I mean, the Wild Bill is fine. The Crazy Legs is actually pretty cool too. If I can get my hands on that for a reasonable price, I will. But yeah. I skipped the Rattler. I've got the other three. Nice, very good. Yeah, I had to get a hiss. I got my setup over there. When I first got into Joe's, I started buying all these different things, and it wasn't until I got the hiss that I was like, okay, I'm here now. For whatever reason, the hiss is just the hiss, the missile system, and the fire team is just like the coolest shit to me. For whatever reason, I think it's just an amazing set. That's why I got so excited when Mark announced that there's gonna be a new hiss fire team. So I will probably buy the fuck out of those. I could see a HasLab Terradrome in sections, either halves or quarters, standalone playset, but can assemble into GI Joe furniture. Okay. Yeah, right. Well, I think Cletus Cobra actually had an idea a while back, right? Well, I think that was you, where you had said maybe get a half Terradrome, or just get a section of the Terradrome where you could put it up against the wall, and you would have like a section of it to kind of do your things with. I think there's something to that. Any info into a possible Cobra Wolf with Ice Viper? We have no info on that yet, and no hints that it's coming. I mean, I think it's going to be one of those things where when the success of the Snowcat and all of these other snow figures start to happen, I think that's when you'll maybe start to see something like that. I fucking would love it. I'd buy the shit out of it immediately. I had that vehicle for the longest time. I was so in love with it that I think that and the Havoc were my favorites out of the ones that I had, right? I actually took incredible care of that. I had all the missiles. I had the ski missiles on the top. I loved that you could put more than one figure in there. It was always who's going to ride shotgun in this, who's going to ride in here. And I always would have like, I had obviously a snow serpent in there a lot, but I also had like who the fuck was it? Oh, I had like a techno viper in there, and then another time I remember putting like a tele viper in there, and like, oh, we're gonna bring this guy so we can work on the communications at the fucking the Arctic battle station or some shit. But yeah, so no info on it, but I'll tell you what, I'm dying for it. So a YouTube channel that is 3D printing a Tomahawk and Night Raven. They're out there also. I'm going to show off some shit probably in a little while. I can see a HasLab Terradrome in sections. Oh, sorry. Let me skip there. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, just a section, not the whole dang thing, but then you could buy multiples and fit them together. Boom. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. I think I forgot that part where, yeah, you can buy just one and you'd be able to use it. But if you bought a bunch, it would go together and you would wind up having it. Yeah, that's a really great idea. The base vehicle, 2 jet skis, 2 subs, a flying vehicle on top. It was incredible. What's the consensus? Decimator is an individual like Wild Weasel or generic driver. Oh, right. In my head, there's a version of the flag that a version of the flag that's a cutaway shelf you'd hang on the wall. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's pretty cool. I think that would look fucking awesome. Even if you could just put enough figures on it, Decimator, the Hammerhead driver. Yep, Hammerhead driver. All right, so we got a lot of lists to get through yet, so I'm going to get back to this real quick. We went through Jeremy's. We're going to move on to Chuckin' and Truckin'. My dude has Beachhead. Love it. Good way to start that list. The Cobra Viper. Also iconic. Gotta have it. Here's another vote for Big Ben. So I think that's awesome. Big Ben's really got the props here. Interrogator. Only vote I saw on this list for Interrogator, and I'm glad he got his due from somebody because that is a dope figure. And at number 1, he's got one of my all-time faves, Blizzard. So Blizzard is going to blow the fuck up in classified. I think it's going to be, if they put as much into it as they did Snow Job, maybe even more somehow, because you got that backpack that turns into like some kind of rocket sled. I think it's just amazing. They could do the flag Corning Tower, and people could plywood their own landing strip. Huh. Yeah, all right. That's not bad. Anybody in a ski mask is a troop builder to me except Firefly, right? And Beachhead. No, but yeah, no. Anybody with a balaclava could definitely get used for that. Or a rollout mass pad landing type strip. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Nice. That's pretty good. So no, Chuckin' and Truckin'. It's Beachhead, Viper, Big Ben, Interrogator, Blizzard. Solid list. Our brother Evan, the architect, he dropped a nice little list too. He's got coming in at number 5. He's got the bat, which is, a lot of votes for the bat, and that makes sense. Snake Eyes with Timmer, so I assume that means version 2. A lot of votes for that figure as well. Coming in at number 3, he's got Firefly, amazing choice. At number 2, he's got Beachhead. This list really kicks fucking ass. And at number 1, he's got Dial Tone. So the bat, Snake Eyes version 2, Firefly, Beachhead, Dial Tone. The man is after my own heart for sure with that list. It's amazing. Like that is a legit dope list. Those are all top-notch elite figures. You can't go wrong. So it's a list that even though there's no Snow Serpent, no Eel, no Bat, or Viper on there, it's an iconic list. It's literally like a creme de la creme for it. Yeah, nice. Hey, what's up, Evan? That's my dude. Yeah, I thought it was a totally killer list. Anybody that's got Beachhead in their top like 2, obviously I'm gonna love the hell out of that. But I do like that you got Dial Tone number 1, really giving that figure its due. He was a cool ass figure back then. I love what they did it in classifieds, and yeah. So that's a great list, Evan. Thank you for taking the time to send that, brother. Our dude Ragnarts. He's got a cool little list too, I have to say. At number 5, he's got Hawk with the flight pod. Remember that thing? I actually, it's going to be in my Joe a day. I have the card of it, and yeah, dude, homeboy, 100%. Homeboy, 100%. Got no Hawk with the flight pad on as for number 5. Coming in at number 4, he's got Dusty and Sandstorm. That was one of the ones I talked about earlier. My brother Mark from Destro is My Spirit Animal revealed on one of his things that Dusty and the Coyote are coming. So, and Dusty and Sandstorm are coming. So that's awesome. Number 3, the only vote I got, and this is pretty cool. Rock Viper. Now, he is an amazing figure, but what we also love Rock Viper for is that I made the typo and it bore the fruit that is Rick Viper. Coming in at number 2, he's got Captain Gridiron. Only vote for Captain Gridiron, and I have to say that's a little shocking because he was kind of like a different cat. And I don't know, I just kind of thought that was super cool. So that was our boy Ragnar's. Nope, coming in at number 1, he's got Sub-Zero. So now I know our boy Jeremy Kimberlin has always said great things about Sub-Zero. He's got a killer loadout. He's an Arctic Trooper. He looks super cool. Could have been Cockfighter. Could you imagine? Don't get us, Chris from Sister Arsenal. Don't get us started, brother, because the next thing you know, that we're gonna have a Cock Viper on the timeline. Who's on that? Somebody get Cal and tell him he's got to order the shit to make a Cock Viper. That's fucking funny. Oh my god! I remember when we started talking about Rick Viper, I couldn't remember. I think when I talked about this last week, I was like, "Wait a minute, what was the typo? What the hell was I trying to say?" Where I was like, "Rick Viper," yeah, it's a Rock Viper. Fucking hysterical. Totally great. So Ragnar's coming through with a cool list. I love that General Hawk with the flight thing. I mean, not nobody else said that. I thought that was pretty cool. I can imagine the classified team doing an awesome job with Dusty version 2. Agreed. I mean, at this point, I can see them doing a great job with anybody, the way that they're just crushing these and putting these out. Was there something fancy about Rock Viper's release? I remember it being a big deal when I was a kid, but I don't remember why. I mean, he had a killer loadout. He looks pretty dope. I don't know why when you said that, I feel like that set off a bell somewhere in there that I kind of remember that too, brother. I'm not sure though. Maybe somebody in the chat's got us on that, but yeah, the backpack on Rock Viper was excellent. Agreed. His loadout was amazing. His helmet was very interesting, and the way that his helmet kind of went, where he had like some broad ass shoulders, like the uniform did, it was cool. It was definitely good. It was kind of an end when I discovered girls. So anyways, I was just going to say, Rock Viper was the last G.I. Joe that I bought, meaning like that I went into the store and picked out. I believe that summer I had gotten some G.I. Joes for my birthday, but at that point it was over for sure. It was that Cobra finally had a mountaineering trooper. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Did he come with a cool PSL rifle? If I remember, I do believe that's correct. All right, so our boy Bada Boom dropped a list on us earlier. So we've got Zartan, Destro, Firefly, Snake Eyes version 2, and Storm Shadow. Now, there's another one of the list that is just like it's knock it out of the box, grand slam icons of all times. But then he wrote back and was like, well, here's 6 through 10. And our boy has the Eels, Hooded Cobra Commander, Hydro Viper, Shockwave, and also has Sub-Zero. So we did get 2 for Sub-Zero. That's awesome. They featured pretty prominently in the DIC series. Oh, listen, brother, I didn't see any DIC. I didn't even know that shit existed until earlier this year. I loved like Ambush and Salvo from those later years that were in the DIC cartoon. Dude, I didn't even know Operation Dragonfire existed until just this year. With me, it literally ended with the movie. I only saw the movie and everything before it. I never stopped watching cartoons. Well, listen, a lot of it is like access, right? By the time I was 11, I was playing 3 sports. They had me, I between school and doing all this other stuff. I just, don't judge the Range Viper from the DRC cartoon. They were garbage. Oh God, I've told this story before. So I tried to dial into the DIC, and the one that I saw was I went and it was ambush, getting ambushed, not being sneaky, being caught in the wide open, and G.I. Joe came to his rescue, and they fought off a pack of Range Vipers, and as they were running away, Ambush, no shame, made a comment about the one Range Viper's ass. So in this 1 minute clip that I saw, Ambush got caught in the wide open, and then he made a kind of a derogatory comment about this one Rock Viper having some junk in the trunk. And I was just like, yeah, that's enough. Boop, turn that right off. Rock Viper versus Vespengard, who had the better mustache for a trooper? That's a good question. Hydro Viper were some of the meanest looking Cobra troopers. Oh yeah. Oh my God. No, they were downright evil looking, bro. That mask, big ass knife and shit. If you read Hydro Viper's file card, that was scare the shit out of you. Really cool, ultra deep idea, and then geared to look like a demon. 100%. Great call. I rewatched the movie. Turns out I only made it halfway as a kid and stopped watching. Oh, no shit. Yeah, no, the movie, I put the movie on a lot if I'm working. And that's just nothing particular. I actually just put the G.I. Joe movie on so I could hear the theme song, which makes the hair on my neck stand up still. And then burst right into the most incredible 20 minutes of cinema that I will put against anything. Oh, you want to watch the courtroom scene from A Few Good Men? Or you could watch the beginning of the G.I. Joe movie. It's fucking cinema. Yeah. So I actually am considering doing a sit down video where I do a breakdown of the first 20 minutes of that movie, meaning like almost frame for frame, pointing a few things out. And first of all, the theme song is fucking phenomenal. Just fucking forget it. But almost even more than that is the different parts of like in the theme song, when that Crimson Guard punches the camera, it sends me through the stratosphere every time. I remember as a kid being like, yo, this shit's fucking for real. It is going down. Holy hell. And so, then they show it, the music dies down, they're in the swamp. That stun comes in, splashes like the camera, drives right away. It just forget it. I don't want to ruin it, everything, but I definitely want to, as soon as I get the laptop up and running and everything is set, which this has been maddening for me. I don't want to spend the money. I just have to spend the time to drive it to my cousin so we can fucking fix it. So Rock Lockdown, we usually go 3+ hours on here, so it's doable on this pod. Are you talking about I could break down the whole movie? Yeah. Oh, I could absolutely do that too. But the rest of the movie is not as detailed, sick, crazy as that first like 20 minutes. That first, or maybe not even 20. You fit between the theme song and then that whole part where Pythona is breaking into the Terrordrome, and the Cobra Commander shit. Like when they're talking to him too, that is just hilarious. Where he's like, "Ow, that's you're all wrong. You won't let my people would stick up for me and prove you wrong, but you won't let them talk." And Spentor's like, "Wrong again." And Destro steps up, throws him directly under the bus. Militarily speaking, fucking Cobra Commander is, world-class buffoon. And then after he's done, Cobra Commander turns to Mindbender and says, you're not gonna let him say that about me, are you? And Mindbender is like, oh yeah, no, actually he forgot to mention your frequent acts of cowardice. Oh my God, it sends me every single time. They blew the budget on the intro. That's why the rest of the movie is so average. Hey, listen, that makes sense to me. Like if you told me that you had inside information that was entirely true, I would fucking believe that. Because dude, it's so insane. So we're doing this now. Yes. Well, I 100% was going to do the frame by frame breakdown of like that beginning part where the theme song, and then leading into Pythona breaking into the Terrordrome, and then them talking all that shit about Cobra Commander, like right up to there. And then what comes after that? I'm so taken by that part. So once they go off from that, they go to where the Joes are, right? And they are in with the BET. Wait, no, the BET isn't in the movie, is it? Yes, it is. So they go to all the dudes, and I don't remember what Joe is it that's when they do that cutscene and they're showing all the Joes. Who is it that says that where he's telling the joke? He's like, oh, and I said to the guy, we're gonna get there by tomorrow, even if we have to drive all night. And everybody starts laughing. I don't who is that says that? Is that Mainframe? I really don't remember. I literally wore out that recorded G.I. Joe movie out of VHS. Oh, dude, listen, I remembered this the other day, or like a couple weeks ago, and I've been saying it that I think I had a Rise, Serpentor Rise. It was all the episodes were on 2 tapes. It was tape 1, tape 2. And I think yeah, I think that's what I had as a kid, because I watched the fuck out of that. Like when I can frame by frame talk or like repeat it about as good as anything. But the movie though, I definitely had the videotape of that. I watched that movie fucking so many times, it was ridiculous. Let's see. What did Chuckster? I have her basic training video saved on my phone. If that's wait, what? Does Anchor Viper have the scoop on Evie, the range Viper? Oh, that yeah. That's I have her basic training video on my phone. If that's what you mean. Nice, very good. So that's what Evie was, the range Viper. That's right. Yes. Okay. That's very good. Now I remember that. That's good shout, Anchor Viper. That's fucking awesome. I'd like to recreate the scene of Snake Eyes flipping that guy out of the trouble bubble. Oh, dude, hell yeah. There's a few parts in there that really kick ass. I think, doesn't Alpine shoot a hook onto a fire bat, swings around on the fire bat or some shit like that? But yeah, no, that's pretty awesome that you're talking that part with Snake Eyes flipping him out of the whatchamacallit. That's great. So we went through my boy Bada Boom's list. Our Conrad dropped in real quick, and what he says is, I think, so this would probably be 5. So number 5, Storm Shadow version 2, lots of votes for him. 4, Destro version 2, a lot of votes for him too. At number 3, he's got Duke version 4. Now, obviously I couldn't look it up because I was here when he dropped this list, but yeah. Definitely for sure, Duke version 4. Coming in at number 2, he's got Dial Tone. And at number 1, he's got Snake Eyes version 2. So this is another one of those lists where they are all heavy hitters. I can't wait to look up Duke version 4 because I bet it's good. Cletus Cobra says, I'll watch Mass Device or Revenge of Cobra countless times. Cannot be bothered to watch G.I. Joe the movie completely untouched. Well, hey, listen, that's, I accept that, because once you get to, like, honestly, as much as I accept it, I think the part with the Renegades, I could care less about the Renegades. I don't know why. I'm just not interested. Falcon is okay. But once we get to the Cobra Law stuff, like, I accept it because it's what's there. But if you were to give me a choice, I would have it fucking not like that at all. I don't like how they have Cobra Commander as this like lizard, deformed lizard that wound up running Cobra up here. I like the idea of him being such a shady, psychotic weirdo that's why he is like that. So yeah, listen, Cletus, I don't blame you there. The Mass Device, Revenge of Cobra, and Pyramid of Darkness are also ones that I saw at fucking nauseum. I think they all might have been on VHS tapes. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. But yeah, there you go. But that first 20 minutes, though, that shit's good. You got to admit that. I started rereading the comic last week. Actually, so Stevie Z was nice enough to send me actually, it's right here. I've got all the Larry Hama on here. So I am getting into that like ASAP. Although I like Mercer in that movie, he's even snakes need air conditioning. Yeah, even big bad cobras need air conditioning in this stinking swamp. Hamaverse against the man, Cobra Commander, hands down my fave. Yeah, for sure. Cobra Commander's the shit. Pyramid of Darkness loves me too. Movie depiction of Cobra Commander is heresy. Yeah, no, they that for the Cobra faithful, they definitely screwed him over a little bit. Semi off topic. Have you guys seen the viral video of the guy who did the stop motion Band of Brothers type video with the old school Green Army men? Ooh, I have not. We will have to check that out. So you're talking about like the little figures, them little ass ones. He made something like that. That's pretty cool. Lies. Yes, unsubstantiated lies. Well, see, just another jerk. The problem with Joseph Gordon-Levitt is they combined Dr. fucking Mindbender with that weird. It was too much of a departure for me. I don't know. Oh, it looks like Chris from History Arsenal saw it today. That's pretty good. Reading it via the download from the Kickstarter compendium. Nice. Very good. All right, so Conrad, we'll go through his list again. Storm Shadow version 2, Destro version 2, Duke version 4, Dial Tone, Snake Eyes version 2. Very fucking cool. Our brother Matt from Mos Mind, he drops a pretty cool list on us as well. He's got Cobra Viper, Snake Eyes version 4. I love the votes that we get for that because he is a cool fucking the Headhunter Stormtrooper, great figure. Tunnel Rat. I'm glad that Tunnel Rat got a bunch of votes because I really do like that dude. He's fucking awesome. Storm Shadow version 2, very good. Killer List, Matt. I love the votes for Snake Eyes version 4 because I think he's great. I love that the Cobra Viper got a fuck ton of votes. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think Storm Shadow version 2 is probably the most voted one here. Like without it, I think that's pretty easily said. Very cool. We're gonna shoot over to our brother Martian Dude, who also has a very cool list. So our dude has coming in at number 5, Hit and Run. Solid. Love Hit and Run. We got another vote for Beachhead. Actually, Beachhead is probably up there, but I think Storm Shadow version 2 probably edges him out. Getting his due once again is our dude Firefly. Gotta have him on the list. I think he is like the ultimate Cobra, a real ruthless terrorist. He blows shit up. He's causing chaos. Like he is the essence of Cobra, right? If Cobra Commander is this driving force or whatever, the people that he wants right there underneath him are going to cause chaos and destruction. And that's why in my head, Firefly and Scrap Iron are fucking like best bros. And they are always trying to, they're always working together and getting shit done. Blowing shit up. I think it's awesome. And then coming in at number 2, he's got Alley Vipers. Yes, Alley Vipers rock the fucking house. And then he's got tied for first. He's got Ripcord and the Motor Viper. Pretty cool. I love that. I love when people go, like I love that Cletus of Cobra loves the Cletus figure, right? And loves the Stinger driver, right? He said that's his favorite figure. It's the best figure. I love when people just love shit like that normally don't get their due from like the masses, but you kind of flag plant. You're like, yeah, this is it. Like, I like Shockwave, like I think way more than anybody else does. I don't think a lot of people get that much. Then Shockwave doesn't get that much love. Not because people dislike it. It's just he's not really in the comics. He's not in the cartoon. So, but yeah, I love me some Shockwave. All right. So last here we've got our boy Rock Lockdown, and his list: Low Light. Good night. I thought that was very funny. No, coming in at number 5, he's got Low Light, which is fucking awesome. Coming in at number 4, we got Destro, which you could just count Destro as version 1, version 2. It's just dead Destro. Number 3, he's got Sergeant Slaughter. Surprised he didn't get more votes either, really. Coming in at number 2, Snake Eyes version 3. The only vote for Snake Eyes version 3. So I think that's pretty dope. And of course, coming in at number 1, the Alley Viper. Honestly, if I went back to tally up what 5 got the most votes, I think Alley Viper would be on there. It's definitely, I think, Low Light, Destro, Alley Viper, Beachhead, and Storm Shadow version 2 is probably the top 5, if that's 5. No, you know what? Snow Serpent got a lot. Yeah, but yeah, Airtight, I love made it on Big Red's list. I thought that was definitely pretty cool. So that is it, y'all. That is our list. I thank everybody for taking the time to do that, and I'm sorry that I didn't put anything out about it until fucking this morning. Yeah, version 3 had them weird ass nunchucks too. Yeah, dude, it was a crazy version of Snake Eyes. Oh, yeah, Chuckster. Firefly is the Boba Fett for the Joverse. Yes, an amazingly super cool figure that's on his own. Firefly, Tex, same. Firefly was legend for his loyalty and his willingness to do any job. Great character, and he needs to do stories. He needs to be featured. You know what I mean? So, oh, shit. Hold on. Oh, no. Text. Dude, I definitely wrote that down. Hold on. Did I write it down on another page? You were like the first one I wrote down. Oh, it was such a good list, too. What the fuck? Hold on. I must be missing this. Dude, what? Is there another paper? Oh my god, brother, I might have to have you drop it right here so I can read it out loud because write it on one of these. Oh, this is all the shit from last week and the week before. Yeah, a lot of notes. Well, damn it. Hold on. It's got to be here. It was like one of the first ones I wrote down because we were talking offline. Hold on. Let me see how I can. I don't remember what I did with it. Oh, no shit. Well, wait, did I read your list? I honestly don't even, that's the thing. When I'm looking, I don't see your list. So in my head, I'm like, oh, I didn't read it. And you definitely gave me a list, didn't you? Mercy bump. Oh, okay. But I understand, but I'm genuinely confused because I'm pretty sure you gave me a list and I did write it down and I don't see it. Oh, that's weird. Did you give me a list? Oh my god. There was a list and it's gone now. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he gave me a list. Fucking A. Yeah, I didn't write it down. I texted, but when I realized you didn't have it, I went for it. Oh, okay. Okay. So it's probably, hold on. Let me see. Fuck. Damn it. Yeah, no, that's why I'm like looking so frantically is because I thought I remember writing it down. I thought it was one of the first ones I wrote down, but all right, well, this is what happens. Yeah, all right, well, fucking A. That is our list. Man, that's gonna drive me nuts. So that is our list. I really can't thank everybody enough. We mass deviced it away. That's funny. No. I get it. I get it. I just could swear in my head that I had actually wrote it down. That's why I'm like looking so frantically. That's hilarious. No, fucking you know what? I think what I'll do is I will go back and maybe I will count those up so we can, because now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, no, the snow serpent got so many votes too. I'm thinking maybe it'd be interesting to see exactly what you know, who shakes out on the top there. And you know, shout out to our brother Doc Sewage, aka Torch. Yeah, live TV folks, you gotta love it. I know, right? Yeah, no, good. Yeah, you know, I wish there was a translator thing on here where I could have Homeboy translate what that is. I think that same person was here last week, perhaps. Yeah, special shout out to Doc Sewage for giving us that extra little bit of a list. Thank you to anybody who took the time to write it in the chat there so we can go on. And man, you know, there was so many different things that I wanted to show everybody that I had gotten from our brother Stevie, because I don't think I didn't show any of this last week, right? Did I show the stuff that Stevie sent me? Did I show the stuff that next time you do lists, need to print them out and toss them like David Letterman? Oh, nice. That's a good call. Well, actually, I went to go print out like the thing that Doc Sewage sent me. I was trying to print it, and I don't know why, but my printer, it was connected. The thing would go boop boop boop. I did the whole beep bop boop, and there was no go. It just didn't print. I don't. And it was like so close to the time that I was like, oh, I can't sit here and fuck with this. I just have to write this out really fast. I did. I actually had it ready to print out, and I hadn't done that. And I've been burnt by that before, where I printed out a bunch of stuff at once. Something didn't, for whatever reason, get printed out, and then I wound up like missing somebody's list, like I just did. So so yeah, no, I will try to make it a little bit better next time. So, oh, one more thing. These just showed up today, and I forgot. I might go back and order more if they are still $5. So one of the latest ones, so they, oh no, wait, because the Scar, no, I think, right, the Scar came out anyway, so they're probably over. But I bought these, y'all, these $5 gridiron guns, and let me tell you something. Fucking, I wish I bought 15. I got 10, and I wish who's going to be Paul Schaefer? You, my brother, you're Paul Schaefer. This is fucking dope. These are so fucking dope, aren't they? I'm trying to think. Let me just grab a figure real quick. It's kind of generic. Oh man, I probably shouldn't be showing this, and definitely with this figure, because this is the figure that did it to us last time. But let's just hope and pray. So anyway, I'm going to show it one more time real quick. Let's see. Anyways, it is there's so much detail on this, so for $5 I'm just like through the moon with it. Here, I'll show you again real quick. Boop. Let me see if I can get it set up. So what it is it's they called it was like a futures kind of rifle, where it's just got like a, you know, it looks very much like your regular, you know what, except it's just got like this rail system on it that looks a little different. And hold on, let me get that hand on there just right. Yeah. Boop. Dope. So this is what I'm going to do. You know what? I'll show parts of it at a time. So look at that part right there with it's got the mag pull on it. Completely ridiculous. The EOTech up top that you can see all the way through. Ridiculous. Collapsible. You know what? And then look at that part right there. So you can see the rail system on, am I doing this? Can you see that good? The rail system on either side of the BARREL is really dope. So I can't stress to you enough that I know. That's why I'm kind of trying to do it as you know, ridiculous. It's so crazy. It's so obviously a toy. You know what I mean? Can I put a blast effect in it? I don't. Let me see. I got some right over here. Hold on. Let me go check. We are about to find out. I got the stuff that came with Steeler and Short Fuse right here, so maybe I can make something happen. Let's see what we got. Oh, bada bing. Yes, sir. Pew pews. Rick Viper took it. Oh man. Woo. Yes, you can. How dope. So hold on, I want to get this. Where's the oh, there we go. That's the one. I don't use these enough in my shots, and I don't know why. Oh man. Oh yeah, now we're fucking talking. So anyways, I bought 10 of them because I like when I can have like you know, troop builders that can have the whole thing. Like, you know, the Alley Viper guns are all very generic. You know, the shorter one is kind of like it's iconic in the way that it's like that older one that I originally came with, and that still does look cool. So I'm kind of interested in using those for certain shots. But like, you know, the snow serpents, they come with that FAMAS that just I could care less about. You know, it actually looks good in quick kicks hands, but for the most part, I'm not interested in that gun. Vipers, like any of the Vipers, the Python Patrol ones. You know, I've got 28 of those, and they all need fresh from gridiron. You know what I mean? Oh, gentlemen, I'm up at the crack of dawn, so I'm gonna. Oh, nice, very good. Tex, thank you for coming through, brother. Really appreciate it. You know, the chat here is half of the show, if not more. And I love that you come and participate, as well as Anchor Viper. I love TB Cobra being represented here whenever we're throwing down. So yeah, brother, definitely. I'll hit you up tomorrow. We'll talk tomorrow, my dude. Thank you. Yeah, remember 11 o'clock text. I'll hit you up for sure. Sounds good, my man. So yeah, sorry, I'm just messing with this now. I had to see what this looked like in the trooper's hands. But yeah, so anyway, I like when I'm doing a shot to have, you know, better pew pews than the ones that they come with. I'm not saying that they're all awful, but largely I'm never really that impressed with the stuff that they come with. Now, with the exception of Night Force Beachhead sniper deal, amazing. That is a killer. That is a killer for sure. I love that one. That one is good, but my fave is Star Flash from the U.S. style muzzle flash suppressor. The Hasbro breastplates are hit and miss. Like, what the hell are some of these scrap iron stuff? Right? Yeah, no, for sure. There's definitely a little something going on there. They're not all perfect. But anyways, I wanted to show you guys this particular one that I had gotten, because when I threw it into the hands of a couple different figs real quick, and I thought that I thought it looked pretty amazing. And so I wanted to say, hey, y'all can probably get over there and still pick this up. And as I was saying it, I realized, oh no, they definitely can't, because they came out with the Scar Sniper, which I have, and it's amazing. But the one that they just came out with has the folded tripod on the end right there. So I almost picked up a couple of them, but I was like, yeah, you know, I don't ever really need that many Scar Snipers. I got 4 of those, and then I got a bunch of yeah, I have to say the Hasbro sniper ones aren't really that bad. One of the ones I do want to complain slightly. Now, I got this behemoth again. I'll show it in pieces. If you look at that. And then this is what the back looks like. So it is a Scar platform with the launcher on it. It's largely amazing. The problem is the stock is so big. You see how big that is compared to, you know, like, look at that one. See how small that one is, and see how big that one is. It's ridiculous. It's almost a third bigger. Actually, that looks like a bad comparison, but yeah, no, in real life, it's so much bigger. The guys are holding it like this. Like, you can't get it how you would want it. You know what I mean? They're like holding it like this. It looks a little ridiculous, but it's such a cool weapon that what I'm going to do is I'm going to sling them, and I'll have them, you know, slung on somebody's thing when they're walking with the firearm. I have so many different materials that I can make these slings out of. I just haven't stopped. I haven't taken the time to make it work. So, all right, real quick, for the faithful that are still here, I want to show y'all what my brother Stevie Z has sent me, because I don't believe I showed any of this. No, hell, do I have it all right here? I think so. Okay, so everybody has probably seen it, but I'm going to show you again right here. Is my dude sent me these 2 completely ridiculously awesome betting machines. So I know Stevie has these for sale. You want these 100%. They scale so well with the figures. It looks perfect. This one here, the front comes off. So I'm going to have Firefly pack some stuff in there, and it's going to be how they get into the G.I. Joe headquarters. This is going to go boom, and it's going to provide a hole in the wall that Cobra is going to run through. I always reveal my best fucking secrets. I always reveal all my best secrets here of my upcoming shots before I do them, which is so silly. Sorry, I just knocked something over and it went to pieces, and I wanted to get it before I forgot and I lost them. So, what's the site and name? Need that, Dr. Pepper. So, Cletus of Cobra. This is from our brother Stevie Z. He does the shirts. He does all the different stuff. He can be found. I'll text it to you. I'll text you the info where you can get it. He has a Ko-fi site, and hold on, I might have. Oh shit! Nope, I don't have that piece of paper here anymore. But I will, Cletus, I will text that to you for sure. But yeah, listen, it's so neat and so clean. And then he also sent, oh, where are they? Shit. Man, he sent me a whole entire thing with soda bottles in it. Here's, man, I should have definitely prepared a little bit better for this part. Anyways, I got a whole bag full of the soda bottles he sent. I was just showing this stuff off on a podcast last week, so I did have it all out right here. But for some reason, I can't seem to find the bag that has all the little soda bottles in it. Damn it! Well, if it pops up over here, I will drag it out. Which I know it's got to be like right here somewhere. Oh fucking hell! God, that's annoying. All right. Well, he sent me a bag that had like a butt fuck ton of glass soda bottles that were amazing. So yeah, Cletus, I will send you that info. I will put you at his doorstep for sure. Later, everyone. Great job, sir. Merry Christmas to everyone. Dave, thank you so much for coming through, being super active in the chat. Really appreciate you coming by. Jay Antonio, thank you for coming through, brother. I will text you tomorrow too, my dude. We will chat. I didn't get back to you earlier. I had to go to that Christmas party with the kids, and I had like a very small amount of time. I wound up hanging out here at the house and getting a couple of things done. But yeah, no, listen, I will hit you up tomorrow, my brother. Have a good night. Thank you for coming through. Same to you, Dave Lovelock. Thank you so much for coming through. I appreciate your participation. You know where we're at on Saturday nights. And Merry Christmas to you too. Love it. Yeah, rock lockdown. Metric fuck ton, you know how I roll. Giant sized man thing. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for your participation. I appreciate it. Evan, my dude, thank you. Thank you for stopping by, my dude. I appreciate it. Merry Christmas to you as well. Oh, Evan, I have to reach out to you. I have something I'm sending to you. I don't think I have your address. I will reach out in the DM and get that from you. If you don't hear from me by like this time tomorrow, or tomorrow afternoon, do me a favor, just hit me up and be like, oh hey, I've got something I'm sending you. So thank you so much, brother. Merry Christmas to you and your family as well. Especially that brand new one, man. That's awesome. I hope she's doing well. Mama Bear as well. Very cool. Snow Leopard, thank you, brother. Merry Christmas to you as well. I appreciate it. Cletus, same as you. So yeah, we got this stuff here. Let me grab, let's see, a couple other things that Stevie sent. There was some tablets and let me see here. Yep. So first of all, I got this nice little coffee tumbler, which looks amazing. So awesome. Cletus, Merry Christmas to you as well, brother. Big Red, Merry Christmas. You know what, Stevie? I think I'm going to wait because everybody's kind of taken off. I'm most likely, I think what I'll do is I'm going to make a whole separate thing so I can show these off. But I'll real quickly go through for everybody that is going to hang out. A DS, look at how dope that is. I got 2 cell phones that both have the cameras and the Apple symbols put in there. Boom, boom, boom. I got a spare keyboard for what I'm about to show you. A full-on tablet, which looks incredible. Hold on. That was really quick. Full-on tablet. That looks amazing. And 1, 2, 3, and 4 different size laptops. There's one here that looks like a full-on briefcase. The detail is incredible. I've got, a fun blue-looking one, which I like. It's got the black mouse pad on there. Very cool. And then I have 2 of these, which my brother, he hit that keyboard. Looks really, really cool. Now, the cool part is he sent me these. I have options. I can put any of these on those laptops. So I can customize them the way that I want it. We've got, brain scans, some kind of like tactical awareness type stuff. If you look at some of these that are on here, some of these are really fucking cool. They're all dope. Pop Cold Frenzy, they are fucking amazing. And look at this one with the Destro and the Cobra at the bottom. So I think Destro is going on one, or Cobra Commander is going to go on one for sure. But I got 4 of them all together, and then maybe what I'll do down the road is I will just buy some from them. But because what I like about these is they're stiff enough. They're stiff enough to stay open on the road. So I had got these ones from whatchamacallit, from a guy on Facebook, and I got these ones from Amazon, and they're metal die cast. They're nice, but it doesn't stay up. The thing just flops all the way down. Like I can super glue it so it stays open, but after a while, it just listen, if you guys think that's cool, I'm not even gonna fuck around. I'm gonna get right to this. So it's not fully assembled yet. I'll have to take care of this. I haven't gotten around to it, but I want to show you something. If you haven't seen this yet, you're gonna be like, holy fuck. Hold on one sec. Yeah. Look at this. Computer desk. So fucking insane. Just a level of detail that is in abundance, right? So it's one thing to be super heavily detailed. It's also another thing to be so incredibly detailed and this big. All right, so here, I'm just going to kind of go so we can get a better look. So there is all these different screens on here, and it just looks fucking unbelievable. Like, my Lord. I showed these off on Figure Fight Club the other night, and the people were like, yo, give me that shit. So this base, so each side has like a tower on each side. Look at the level of detail in there with all the different colors. And then once you get up on the top, there is just, sorry, a little dusty. When you get up on top, there's all these mini screens, right? Like this little guy here. Look at this screen, that screen. Look at the buttons. Look at the fucking buttons. Like, look at it. What? Holy fuck. Like, it doesn't end. Like, my inner child is going butt fucking bananas right now over this. Like, oh my God. Like, just, it doesn't end. Look at the detail. It is just insane. Like, it's the coolest thing. And one more time here, I'll put it back up. Yeah, sorry, there's like a little dust on this one side. I'll have to clean this up real good. But yeah, there's a level of detail that is in this that is just fucking phenomenal. Yep. So the one thing this will actually go in the back of the Atlas. If I really wanted to make a true mobile command center, the back of the Atlas would hold this down nicely, and it would look incredible. So yeah, man, I could almost certainly just keep showing you this, and you'll keep seeing more and more details in it like crazy. Yo, that is seriously a fucking insane thing that I absolutely love. Now, my dude sent a whole bunch of stickers and a whole bunch of buttons. I'll kind of go through those in a second, but Rock Lockdown, thanks for coming, brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's awesome, but the color work is top notch. Yes, Matt from Mos Mind. It is crazy. Yeah, Rock Lockdown. Thanks again, brother. I appreciate you coming through. I'll hit you up. We'll talk soon. He made this thing I'm about to show you, that there's a level of attention that the dude has paid to my streams, to the posts that I make to come up with this. So everybody's kind of seen it, but not like this. I have my own card art file card. Now, you know Stevie does them amazing characters, right? So there I am, feet up, playing with my toys. I got the camera out. I'm over here playing. Now it's Shockwave and a Viper, which is great fucking choices, right? He's got the Cobra enemy symbol on here, which is great. Yo, y'all, this looks like it came from the factory. I asked him. I was like, dude, is this like a factory made thing? It is insane how awesome this is. It's got the hole, like it looks like there's a hole there. It comes, but then if you turn it over, it's a full on file card. Does that say flag points? Yeah, the proof of purchase flag point. And then if you look, It's all those iconic Joes. Oh, Liz, Pop, it's glossy as hell. It is legit. It is legit. I asked him. I thought it was made in like a fucking factory or something. It is so legit. And then when you read this card, which I will post this in the timeline so everybody can get a better look at it. I just haven't had the time to really go through it. I actually wanted to do, I think what I'm going to do, because it's so late, I'm probably going to do a half-hour video for some people that have sent me stuff lately, and I could properly address it. So he gave me that. I've got smaller versions of it, which are also just, I mean, it's like I want to put this in my wallet. All right. And so that is just, he did it again. And then I got, and then he made me a bunch of these little stickers. So it's the same thing. It's the card art, but now I've got it on some stickers. So some stuff is going to be going out to some peeps. And so he sent me again, another metric fuck ton of pins and stickers. Now I had just sent some, you know what? That's a surprise. I can't say that. So I'm not going to say that, but let me just show you a couple of the stickers real quick. It's Stevie on the short. Ooh, that's a good idea. You know what? Well, Matt, I was planning on having him come on anyway, so maybe we'll figure that out. That's a good call, Matt. Thank you. So I got a bunch of stickers that are like this, and you know, newsflash, they're all amazing. Look at this. How fucking cool is that? So the one thing I'm gonna have to do is put make a Stevie Z board where I can take one of each of these pins and stickers and put them all up on. Oh, here's the soda bottles. Jesus, I'm glad I found them because these are incredible. So I get a couple different flavors. There's an orange, there's a Mr. Pibb, there's a Sprite, and a Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. Oh, hold on. Look at that bottle, and it's like translucent. It's amazing. The sticker is amazing. The level of detail. That's a Dr. Pepper. Fanta orange. Incredibly dope. Now, this one is arguably my favorite. 7-Up. The picture on there is amazing. Oh wait, I'm sorry. This looks similar, but this is mine because you can see the name on here a little more clear. Amazing. They all look so amazing. Not only is everything that, you know, Stevie sent me incredibly generous, it's all really awesome shit. Now, I don't think our brother has the time where he can pop out stuff like all these different little things for sale, but our dude is for sure going to be having some stuff. I showed off this stuff on Figure Fight Club along with some, you know, stuff from well, everybody knows Chris from CD3 Sis 3D Arsenal over there. We talked about his stuff extensively. I was able to show off the Atlas, and the oohs and the ahs that I was getting from this shit was really, really cool. Stevie Z, bro, you need to promote the. Well, so here's the thing, Pop, is that it's I've been meaning to sit down and do something for Stevie, right? Grape soda machine and coming for Dreadnoks, brother. He's got it. He's got that. He's got the sticker set for that and everything. Absolutely. All right, guys, I'm tapping out. I have family coming over to celebrate my birthday and sing. Oh, it's your birthday? Oh, fuck, man. We would have did a whole birthday show. Oh, God. Next shot for this Dow story been made. Hope to post them tomorrow Monday. All right, so Snow Leopard, thank you so much, my brother. You are incredibly supportive. You are the fucking man. I can't thank you enough for everything that you do, especially showing up to the show. Get your ass to bed. Get that rest. Have fun with family. And we will be celebrating you on the timeline tomorrow for sure. You know, everything is, we're going to be the birthday boy. The birthday boy gets everything. So yeah, damn it, dude. I wish I'd known. I would have been calling you birthday boy the whole show. But thank you as always, dude. I appreciate you so much. And yeah, I will be sure to hit you up tomorrow and make it an official birthday thing, because I think it is officially your birthday then. Okay. You're the best, bro. You are fucking awesome. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. Yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, Pop, jumping back to what you were saying, I am going to be putting some stuff together for Stevie. And we are going to get that stuff out there. Anybody, there's a couple people that can probably attest to once I put the little twist on some things and put it out there that people will come calling. And honestly, I don't know what kind of traffic he's got, but the people that I was showing it off to on Figure Fight Club, the oohs and the ahs were really there. So definitely pretty dope. And all the the little things he sent were really, really awesome too. Hold on, let me just put this stuff back in here. So yeah, I'm incredibly thankful for everything that he sent for sure. Now I'm trying to remember. I think I showed maybe the drone from CG Horror, but let me just go over that again. Yeah, I did. So CG Horror sent me 4 things. One of them I'm not showing because I'm adding some texture and stuff to it, and I don't want to show it till it's done. It's like halfway, and that is an armadillo, and it is fucking glorious. So I can't wait to show that, but that's going to be in a minute. Now, here's the other. I did put a picture of this on the timeline, y'all. Imagine how cool you think this looks right now. I promise you that it is 10 times cooler in hand. This shit right here ain't no smoke. So it opens. You got a lay down cockpit. That's what it looks like from the front. When I put a figure in here, you can see the face through the canopy. I absolutely love the canopy. This is some cool ass shit, guys. It's crazy cool. Let's see. What was the other thing? Oh, here it is. You all might have seen this. The mountain cannon. Oh, they wanted the night raven. Yeah. They were like, where's the rest of the raven? What the fuck? I think that's pretty cool. It looks just like the original. That's what I like about it. Like this, I legitimately like the stickers, the old faded stickers and stuff. I legitimately feel like it's something that I had as a kid. Pretty dope. And everybody's, I'm doing the comic book cover. Boop. Oh yeah. Look at what we got. You can work on the motor. So yeah, I'm gonna color this up. This is gonna get blacked out. I'm gonna weather up a lot of this just to give it some looks. The missiles. Well, that's a giant missile. So yep, CG Horror printed these up. Homeboy reached out one day and was like, "Yo, I'm sending you some stuff. I'd rather see you do pictures with them than they're just sitting here on my shelf." And I was like, "Oh yeah, sounds good." What a guy. He also had said that he was actually attempting to print me an asp that he had got. Does it float? Well, I tell you what, Pop. It is that this gray part is one straight up solid piece. So I'm gonna say I bet it does. You know what? I have not tried it. Oh man, if it floats, I'm gonna have to build a dio scene in my fucking bathtub, aren't I? I'll just have to put something around it. I don't care. I'll submerge the wood. I don't care if it gets ruined. I'll just have to put something in there to make it look right. But yeah, this is cool as fuck. It's gonna make for great photos. And there's really just so much awesome shit on the back here. There's I don't know. No prop, but it almost doesn't need it. There's just so much like detail and it all looks so right. And this will probably be underwater anyway. So yeah, PLA floats, perfect. Well, we got a floater. Thank you, Matt. So very good, very good. That is the most recent send stuff. I know I've got some stuff coming from Matt. I cannot wait to show that off because I know that shit's gonna be unbelievably awesome. Let's see. So, hold on a sec. Just put that gun away, and I won't lose it. All right, great. Man, you know what? Hold on one second. Let me see. What did I do? Matt, I took those M249s out of the Atlas, and I keep forgetting to put them back. Fuck. I don't know where they are. God damn it. Hold on. Let me go see if I can find them real quick. They should be right over here. Huh. Well, son of a bitch. All right. I can't believe that it's been 3 hours and 20 minutes, and I literally don't even have. We got a floater CSI the pit. That's a good one. Um, and I literally, there's like, I have so many notes. I didn't get to any of the giveaway winners or anything. I'm probably gonna have to go. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll go live sometime tomorrow during the day when I get a minute, and then I can announce the winners. I say this all the time. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do another thing, and there's a whole bunch of short videos that I wanted to put out for actually Matt from Mos Mind, Chris from Sister of the Arsenal. So I've really gotta, man, I just wish somebody would pay me $100 grand just to do this all the time. You need 2 shows. Listen, so I did tease I'm going to be doing something with my brother Jay Antonio. It's probably not going to wind up being every week just because it's a lot. Especially if I'm doing Destro as my spirit animal. But he and I are going to throw down. We're gonna put together a concise hour where we touch on the latest news, of stuff that interests us, and we're gonna talk a lot about things that we don't get into here, like customizing. He's very good at it. He's also, as everybody knows, an incredibly talented artist. So he's got insight to some things that are incredibly valuable. And when I talk to him about stuff like this, I just think it always makes for super good combo. So for sure, I look forward to doing that. And I've gotten to know Jay Antonio quite a bit, and he is a very solid dude. And I guess the best compliment that I can give him is that when I talk to him, it reminds me of like talking to my brothers that I grew up with, and do a live and do a pre-recorded, all that extra time you have. Well, no, actually that's interesting that you say that, though, because if I did a pre-recorded, I could do it. There's times that I have in the morning, like if I get up and the kids aren't awake yet, I could very much come down here, do a pre-recorded real quick, and put it out later. So yes, you're on the right track there, Matt, because I have had that idea in my head. Now, sorry, if it looks like I'm frantically looking for something, it's because I just realized my backpack is not on my range viper, and I found the grenade case, the grenade launcher over here on the ground. So I'm thinking that I dropped it. And before I fucking forget, I just wanted to take a quick look. Yep, there it is. So yeah, there's the pre-recorded, like I was doing figure reviews. The Blowtorch Darklon Footloose Wave. I did reviews for all 4 of those right before I went on vacation, and then somehow never touched another one. And I think that I could go a long way with getting back into that. So I'm not taking full advantage of. Sorry, y'all, my nose is so itchy. I'm not taking full advantage of, the momentum that I have going on right now. I'm not putting out enough content. I should be loading all of my finished work, those videos with the music. I've got to put those onto YouTube. There's just a lot more shit that I need to get into doing for sure. So, but yeah, y'all, there's going to be more coming up. And it will be, that, like I said, the power hour with my brother Jay Antonio is going to be one of them. And then I think I will be popping in to do something like this because I love showing off stuff, but I don't get enough. Jay Antonio thought about doing Twitter Spaces before. He could do his own show, and then you could be on each other's shows yeah. Well, that is that is something that it's kind of what we are. It's emerging, and that's why we're saying it's the power hour, because it's just going to be an hour. Because I'm doing this, I go on Destro as my spirit animal. Figure Fight Club is on Tuesday. I do like going on there for the open mic night. That, like, those guys talk about a lot of figures that I don't know about, and I feel like I get wiser about collecting figures in general, quality of figures, like what other lines are putting out, what. I can't get into anything else. Like I've said before, I'm buying the Sam Fisher stuff from Valveverse, and I would buy those Metal Gear figures. But in terms of launching into a whole other line, I don't know. I'm Matt, I've got to find, you know what? I haven't looked for it, but you said that there was a new Delta Red Monster Force coming out, and I haven't seen it yet. So I want to get my eyes on that before I make my decision. Because I want to buy one of those two that you and I talked that you showed me. But the problem is that if there's another one coming out, I don't want to buy one of those and then want that one. So we got to get together quick and get that figured out, like which one is which. Yeah. So and also, like, you know, and I know I've been saying this, they're all the same parts, just arranged differently. Oh, okay. Well, all with that said, the other two that I saw originally, I do like one more than the other for whatever reason. The color is little. One is like mostly black and red. The other looks like an operator in like jeans and a fucking vest, but the vests are the same. It's just the color is different. But they're both so fucking cool. I'm really surprised. I haven't bought one yet. I probably should go and get myself one, but like somebody on Figure Fight Club, they asked me, like, oh, are you getting yourself something for Christmas? I'm like, bro, it's been Christmas every fucking week for this entire year. Very lucky in that sense. Oh, you know what? This is something I didn't show off either. Look at this, the chair that Stevie made. How fucking dope is that? Right? Yeah, I can't believe I've been on for 3.5 hours and I didn't get to the giveaways. So, yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that. We're operating at about half the people that were here a little while ago, so which is fine. But I want to give those giveaways its due, and I think I'm just going to announce them tomorrow for sure. But yeah, I will send Rock the baby. Oh yeah, you know what time it is. So this is something I want to show everybody. I don't know if it gets any cooler than this. That's how much room is in the back of the Atlas. And as you can see, it is quite a few, but hold on. So I have an attachment that, hot damn, I don't have with me because I had no time when I got back to get this together. But watch, there is an attachment that Matt has sent me, and it will hold this up like this. And once I can do that, I can add, hands falling off and shit. Comfortably, you can add a third snake armor. Now that is what I call, yeah. How awesome. 3 snake armors riding in the battle. And then with this, you pop it down, and now they can just walk their ass right off. So I definitely have to do a shot of this. Yo, I bought 5 of these to do photos with, and I literally only took 1 fucking picture so far. I don't know that would work. Well, I mean, I would have to do the movie magic where it would be like, you know, the very final, like this, where he's going under the ground. It would be a slightly challenging shot, but I think that it's just a matter of getting it balanced right, Matt. I think it would work reasonably well. But yeah, I bought 5 of those so I could have you know, a particular type of shot with it, and for some reason I haven't gotten around to doing it at all yet. It's like when I have time, I do whatever is the burning in my mind. Snake transporter. Yeah, dude, for real. Right. There we go. Oh, didn't. Jesus, I'm sorry, Matt. I don't have my glasses on. Right. It didn't. I don't. Yep. That's it, y'all. Like, I just love the front of that. I think that looks so tough with this giant cannon. The design on the front. Print one up in snake colors. Yeah, man, you ain't fucking lying. Actually, that's an interesting thought, Matt. Like with all the the white coming around. I know you mentioned you could make an atlas in all white. So I bet that would look good with 13 snow serpents coming out of the back of there. So I think everybody here has seen this before, but I'm going to show it anyway. Got the jerry cans. Super dope. There's an amazing design on those. With all the snow stuff, I want to do a white. Yeah, man. You know, maybe that thing that we were talking about before with the you know, the special scenario with that. Maybe that's something we could talk about, because yo, dude, I would fucking love it. Detail City in the house. Yeah, when I pulled this off like this on Figure Fight Club, they were all like, oh, there was like a collective like, holy hell, what is that? I'll never not appreciate the level of detail. Some cool detail that I like here is that this will come all the way out to get the figure in place. And then once you get it started back into that little area, it can be adjusted in or out depending on where the figure is. And believe me, it's important. You're right. The snakes are not white though. They are an off-white. I feel like doing an Arctic atlas and doing a snake transport would be two very different things. But really, what makes this not white is that weathering that they have on there. It really dulls it down. But I think their base is like a white, and then they just put the shit over it. Yeah, did you hear what Lenny called the paint job on the Arctic Hiss? He called it that articulated white. Isn't that what he called it? Because it has that pattern when you look at it, for like, which supposed to enhance the camouflage. But yeah, listen, you want to talk about detail? There ain't nothing that looks like this. There's just not. You know, I don't like doing direct comparisons, but I see a lot of people that get really excited over some of those bigger other 3D printed vehicles that people have. And I don't know, it doesn't do it for me in the way that this does. This is so much better for toy photography because you can get a camera into places and see things. You can set up figures in a way that you can't. The other one is just almost looks like a dungeon in there. You know, I don't get me wrong. If somebody handed me one, I take photos of it and do shit. But if you're asking me, and it comes down to I'd have to make a choice. It's the Atlas for me, all day, every day. Where's that thing? You know what? I don't know where that is. Yeah, I really got to take time to do better prep for the show. This is a real big favorite of mine. I wish I want to make a water feature so I can do more water shots of this because it looks really cool. Like that first one I did where the water was moving, I want to be able to have something where I legit had a rotating display that I put this piece of paper on, and it spun the piece of paper around. And I was like, okay, so now if I can just make that piece of paper connect on the other end, it would look, with the water moving and everything, it would look like, whoop, naps count. Oh, hey, listen, yo, the naps are 100%. So I'll give you all a little insight. So normally what I try to do on a Saturday is, if I'm working, I try to be done or home by 3 o'clock. That way I can spend time with the kids. We hang out, we have dinner, and then I lay down and take a nap. Sometimes they come down and lay with me if they're watching something on my phone. Yeah, so it's, you know, sometimes if I work all day Saturday, it's tough because they usually want to spend a little more time, but I've actually scaled that back now. I do a lot of work at the house on Saturday and stuff like that. And so Matt, thank you. I'm guessing that's what's in the old, that thing that we talked about. That's pretty awesome. Well, then, you know what? I think I'm going to have to get on the idea of building a little something, because it really wouldn't be that hard. I have this plastic. It was a part of a plastic slide that I wanted to kind of cordon off and do it. But oh, Matt, I can't stop thinking about that now. Oh, that's awesome. Because listen, I love this one, but if there's anything with a different color, that'd be fucking sweet. And I mean, listen, I know I've shown this before, but it's the level of detail and like, you know, there's like a compartment there. Just look at like the lines and the design of the floor of it. The shape, the little arc up here, the way that it profiles like that, I think is fucking incredible. I absolutely love not just what this is, but exactly how it's put on here. It's got just enough slack so it can be pulled by somebody up onto the water. This is just perfect. You don't need a whole bunch of ridiculous shit on here. This is just, it does exactly what it's supposed to do. These are really, really cool. I don't use these enough in shots, which I should, because if you're being silent, you're not using this. You're just kind of wading through and you're getting close. So that is really stuck. Man, I'm so stoked. I cannot wait. Another one. That's so fucking awesome. One of the coolest parts about any of the things that I've ever gotten from that, and I know I've said this before, is that this is perfectly scaled for standing up and putting it in the right position. If you take one of those out and lower it down to here, if you put your figure kneeling, it is then set up for it in that way when you're kneeling. It actually works better if I really position it. And furthermore, if you've got the people in the boat are ducking down, you're going super low, what you want is your gunner to be all the way down too. And there you go. So again, I can't do it with one hand to put it together, but yeah. So you have all those options, which I think is an incredible thing. Now, I've obviously never designed anything like this, but I think I know enough to know that getting that to scale right and in every one of those positions probably was not easy. Every time I get something from that, I am always so like enamored by that somebody could do something like that, because again, you know, a little bit of detail is one thing, but to have something like the Atlas that's so fucking big and also somehow looks absolutely amazing, I love it. I'm gonna show again, and I have to show this like every time because I think that this is the best bang for your buck. If you want to really you know, just get something that takes it to another level, this is it. Look at that backpack rack. Is it backpack right there? Yep. Awesome. I love putting figures up on the top with the sandbags. Crushes it. We got this right here. Defines modular ability. I can hook up a bar to that side and configure it, you know, because the bar wiggles, so you can like wrap around almost like in a horseshoe sort of, where you're concentrating that fire. It could kind of go. What I like about it too is you can almost come over and then up and then turn it again, and it looks like you're putting in like a checkpoint to enter a base or something like that. That's so I have 2 fort mods that I am going to slap right next to the bar. And the only thing is I can't decide if I'm actually going to do it outside with the snow serpents or inside with the trench vipers like I was talking about earlier, or maybe I wind up doing both. I'm not sure. But yeah, like I had said earlier that I knew there was some stuff coming from that. Largely didn't know though, because I love being surprised, but homeboy definitely just kind of dropped in here that I've got another one on the way, and now I'm super excited. So you are the fucking man. You could split that bar and put 2 sections and oh, ooh, really? I didn't fucking know that, bro. That's, yeah, because now that you say that, yeah, of course. Oh man, dude, how awesome of an idea. That is going to be so much fun. Talk about being able to play with your toys, bro. That is amazing, dude. That is really, really absolutely killer. Holy hell. I can't believe I didn't know that. Do you have a picture of that in the... I think you do, man. Well, guess what? You're going to get some fucking cool ass shots when that thing comes. Holy hell. That is going to be fucking dope. Yeah, because I already actually cut up the piece of plywood that I'm going to use. I might actually have to do this one outside, or not outside, but in in the shop because it's a 6 foot by 4 foot piece of plywood that I have, and I can't do that right here. And we're finished on the other side now. My kids come down here, and that they just don't. My wife is very tolerable of a lot of things, but when I had that launching facility set up over there, she was like, "I don't care that you're taking up all this space down here in the basement, but you're not gonna leave that big fucking thing hanging." But anyway, the shop that's coming for that, I've got it planned out. Where that's going to be like the centerpiece. It is going to be, that is the Joe base. And then I have all the stuff to kind of go around it. I've been unboxing all my other Joes to make it work. Oh, something else that real cool that but yeah, so Mos Mind Custom Designs, you can get to him from in my pinned tweet on my Destro Designs Twitter page. There's a link that you can get there. Make sure you use my promo code Destro Designs to get 5% off your already low purchase. And right now we are still, time is, I'm sure, winding down on free shipping for the Atlas. If you are on the fence, get your ass over there. Figure out what kind of color scheme that you want your Atlas in, and get your order in before that. Before the old that free shipping. That's like $50. So free shipping is like a huge fucking deal. I would really 100% get your ass in there and try to make that work. And you're supporting a great dude when you do that. It's a guy that I know takes great care and pride in your business. He said something to me one time about knowing, he said it's quote unquote, I have to earn that space on your shelf. Meaning like, if you're spending that money, if you're doing all these different things, ordering from him, like he wants to very much so make the best product for you and to satisfy you in that way. So you cannot go wrong with my dude. Real quick, I just want to show something. I got a valve first. Oh, and thank you, Matt, for everything. You're an awesome dude, and I appreciate the brotherhood. I got this 4-pack of backpacks from Valveverse, and it was $15. I got it through our boy Pop Coat Frenzy's link. Look at this one that it comes with. It's got like a little radar dish to pick up signal. He's got a little phone. All right, the phone goes on a little thing here. This can collapse perfectly. Oh, yes, there you go. So, yes, so if you, I'm glad I totally forgot that. So if you go over to Matt's Etsy and something says sold out, just reach out to him like he's saying, and you will get put on a list and you will get notified. It's not sold out. It's not sold out in the sense that it's gone and not coming back. It's just that he keeps a wrap on what orders he takes in to make sure that everybody gets what they need when they're supposed to need it. So that backpack is awesome. It came with these two, just basic kind of backpack type things, but they got just a little bit of detail. Like this one's got a bunch of carboners that are painted all chrome. I think that looks pretty dope. And then, so I was going to put this on Alpine and I think it will look okay. But honestly, he's got that. I just saw us. Who was it today? Had gotten a something from Gridiron that he's gonna put on. Oh, look that's got a handle on top too. I didn't even see that. Yeah. So, anyways, 4 of these for $15, I thought was an incredible deal. I mean, they're just backpacks, but you know how expensive everything is these days. I have gotten some new stuff from Sis 3D Arsenal. I think I showed it off on the last show, but we will touch base on that right now. First things first is these legacy crates. So everybody knows and loves the design of his OG cases, right? Everything on the inside, fucking amazing. Actually, you know what? I wonder if this insert will fit into that legacy crate. I'm going to have to check. I think it will. I'm going to have to check that out. So anyways, these legacy crates are just more like your traditional crate where you have, you have 3 pieces of wood and then 3 more pieces of wood that form, which looks so much more like a regular crate. Even on the ends, it's got some kind of bracing there. And you got little fastener holes or marks. I just think this is awesome. As much as I love the other ones, and they have a place for like futuristic chemical transport, et cetera, There's something about opening, you know, something about opening a crate like this and seeing, you know, boom, a weapon in it, right? It just looks a bit more, you know, you open it, you can kind of try to, I know that doesn't really pivot, but you know, I don't know. When you open this up, it's just something about the way that it looks. I had it positioned where somebody was holding one open, and it looked really, really awesome. I think that is just incredible. The detail, as always, is amazing. Still has the handles that will collapse and go. And one thing I'm looking at too is my dude has and there's like, I know they're print lines, but there's like a texture on everything that really looks like wood grain. It's just incredible. And I sent him like a 5-minute message talking about how much I love fucking legacy crates. I think they're amazing. Oh, that's what okay, I got to get up and get that. So I'm doing a video for scrap iron for this. So this looks just like the grenade case. Okay, same thing, except when you open it, there's 4 motherfucking mortars in there. So the short fuse, I have an additional short fuse that is gonna go the whatchamacallit. I'm gonna dye the backpack. Hold on. I'm gonna dye the backpack. Oh Christ. I'm gonna dye the backpack a black or navy blue, and he's gonna get scrap iron's gonna get his own mortar set. So I have this extra guy. I'm pretty sure this is a bazooka head. I put a bazooka head on my extra scrap iron body. So scrap iron has a dude that's going to help him in the back, right? And what this guy is going to do, while scrap iron is manning his 6 drones, I'm going to have that guy firing off mortars. Look at how fucking tits that is. So sweet. The level of detail that Chris puts into these things, it's so incredibly amazing. Now, this is what kind of stole the show in that previous video that I had made for the short fuse weapons crate, mortar crate. So it's a departure from the regular one where it's an open face top, and then he's added these rails around the edge, and they're fucking cool as shit. I absolutely loved it. Now, inside are 9 of these. Little detail up there, kind of a little something up there. This handle is perfect. It's held so amazingly. And then when you take the top off, and what comes out? A perfect mortar. Because short fuse only comes with the one. So, you know, this way you can do all kinds of dio shots and pieces and do all kinds of shit with it. As you saw, I had the trooper holding stuff. I had short fuse holding things. Really, really awesome. And I look, that is just amazing looking. I don't know why I'm so, you know, thrown off the side, because I think that these are amazing. So, yep, can't complain. I think that's fucking awesome. That's really, really cool. I can't say enough good things about that design, how it looks. I think it's such a legit awesome thing. You know, to kind of make that departure. Chris also has some stuff that he's been putting his logo on. I think is incredible. I absolutely love it. He made these. Oh, where's the other one? Oh, darn it. I know it's over here somewhere. You stinker. God, I hate doing this. I can't find it, but okay. So this amazing Destro crate. So what this is, that's the Destro head from the Destro symbol. And because there's not enough room to do like the knife and everything, he took these 2 right here and put these here, which I thought looked amazing. And then he told me what it was. He goes, yeah, that's the hilt from the Destro knife. And I was like, what? Holy hell. So how cool is that, right? Very, very awesome. So I have a smaller one that has the gold Destro head on it, and I absolutely love that one. But where did I think that's in Destro's hand somewhere. But yeah, so this is just a little bit different, and I think it's cool. Nobody's commented in like 7 minutes, so I'm a little worried that nobody's there anymore. But yeah, this is incredible. It's the same regular style mission crate. boom, boom, boom. You know, you can put anything you want in there. It's fantastic. So the one thing I was just thinking about is, so I have this here, and I know that these inserts come out. Let me see. I just had this idea where I was like, oh, I wonder if I can put this in a legacy crate. Oh, nice. Thank you. I'm obviously more worried about getting shut down than anything else. So here I took this insert out, right? Because when I think of this, what I want to do is I want to send the Dreadnoks. Oh, yeah. Okay, so check it. All right, so now I've got, boom, in the Cobra Legacy, I've got that, right? Purple. Dreadnoks love purple. Now, what I can also do with this legacy crate, because I don't know why I have this in my head that I want to Dreadnok stuff to be delivered in this manner. Yeah, so I'm going to take the gold out of here and put the gold into the Dreadnok legacy crate, and then I'm going to have, you know, a group of like Vipers or something bring all of it to the Dreadnoks, and it'll be this. It'll be 2 crates. One will be, you open it up, here you go, Dreadnoks, we pay you in gold, and then the other one will be, here you go, this is what we want you to do. Drop these in downtown or some shit. So that's exciting to know that there's a little bit of modular ability there, which I think it was pretty obvious that this stuff fits like that, because I know like the tray inserts for the mission crates, you know, even though the configuration is different to fit the different loadouts that people have, they the tray itself is universal size, so they all kind of fit everywhere. I have a feeling I'm gonna pop this bitch. The trick is because everything is such a perfect fit, you got to lift it out like evenly. See, I hate doing this live because it makes it look like it's difficult, and it's not. It's that I have dick fingers. It's fucking midnight, and I'm totally shot. So I'm just gonna boop. We're just gonna close this up, and I'll worry about that tomorrow. But hey, now we know. You know, I did it. Fuck it, we'll do it live. And yeah. So the mortar sets are really dope. I really truly can't wait to get scrap iron going on one of these, right? So there is the around here somewhere, the grenade case that looks just like this. So it's going to be boop. We got some mortars, we've got some grenades. The whole thing is really, really awesome. Very, very stoked about that. I also got this nice little bad boy. You might have saw that in that last shot. So the handles are black. It's a little offset. Looks good. It's just a medical crate. I'm going to put some of Doc's stuff in here. And just, I'm actually going to put it on the Awe Striker. So there's like I'm going to slip it in the side. It sits just right? Like it looks like it fits right. Put Doc's stretcher on there. Put this in there. Boom, boom, boom. It'll be dope. So, fan-fucking-tastic. It is midnight. We are a couple minutes away from 4 hours, and you know, I think it's too late to like announce the winners and stuff from the giveaways that we have for Pop Cult Frenzy, which I kind of meant to do earlier than all the way now. But what I'm gonna have to do is, like I said, I'm probably gonna have to hop on a fucking live tomorrow in the middle of the day so I can get everybody's attention. I'll announce the winners. I'll talk about some other stuff that's upcoming. You know, including the holiday drive and things of that nature. You know, there's always stuff that just gets lost. Like I have pages of notes here that from like all the different weeks and shit like that. So yeah, very, very, very interesting stuff coming up for the holidays. You know, what I also wanted to do was potentially do a Christmas show, because, you know, I know everybody's going to be hanging out. Now doing it Christmas Day is going to be tough. Because I actually have to work the day after Christmas. I took a lot of time this week to be at my own house, work at my own house, do some shit. I now have deadlines. I picked up these 2 big jobs that I have to have done for the first. Not a problem. It's in the same place. It's going to be fine. I love Matt, the customer. He's fucking fantastic. He's got a stunning, gorgeous brownstone in downtown Troy, which is the town I'm actually from. I mean, the city itself is a rough spot now. It's not as awesome as it used to be when I lived there. But this little area where he's got this building. It's great. I love working in it because, well, first of all, he's a great customer in that he's a reasonable, knowledgeable person. So if I'm trying to explain, like, oh, hey, this is what we thought was going to happen, but then we just took this wall down and now look what's here. Nobody knew this was going to be. He's just a very reasonable guy, very cool. He also works for a local minor league baseball team. He does marketing, and he wants to try to get my, like, if I do the softball team this year, get the kids up there and everything. So he's really the shit. I love doing work for him. Something that I was really hoping that I had a chance to get to was I wanted to open this. I wanted to really check out this Scorpion. I've got an amazing Dio shop planned. So I have 3 of these, and so one of them is going to be wearing the person face, and then the other 2 are going to have the battle mask on, and they're going to be kind of like trooped up, coming for. I have the Desert Snake Eyes somewhere around here. Yeah, I have the Desert Snake Eyes, and he is going to go with this dude right here, Valvaverse guy. I got all kinds of guns and everything like that for him, but he's kind of got that desert look a little bit, I think. If I need somebody to go with Snake Eyes, this is going to be the dude. His accessories are really awesome, so I'm excited for that. Yeah, here's the shit. He's got a bunch of stuff. He's got a cool ass helmet, which is a totally different head, and I'm actually thinking about switching that up right now just so I can see what the deal is. It's a really dope figure. It's just got a lot of really cool shit to it, and I appreciate it. My brother Jeremy sent this to me, and actually he sent me 2. I'm going to show you the other one in a minute. But yeah, this is does that go all the way around? It does. So this has to go on like this. I never popped the head on a Valorverse before. Hopefully I didn't do anything. Oh, there we go. Oh, well, that's weird. Why does he have a different head if the... Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to do that. But I like how that helmet sits on his head, right? Like the earpiece looks really good. The mouthpiece is still there. But yeah, so this dude is going to go with Desert Snake Eyes, and so is this guy. The Atlas. He is a pew-pew, a shot pew-pew. He's got him here. He's got clips. He's got a drum, and there's another drum that it comes with. And he also kind of has sort of a desert vibe. Actually, his vest is a little green. Okay, so his boots are the only brown one. But when you put these 2 guys together, right, they look like they belong together. And then you add that Desert Snake Eyes in there, and it's pretty close to me. So these 3 guys are going to be in the desert, working on the tumbler, and that is how the tumbler is going to be broken down, and that is how those 2 guys are going to be driving it. And then the three Desert Scorpions show up, and they've got the drop on these 2 guys, as well as, they're in the middle of the desert. And so that's when Snake Eyes comes like in out of nowhere and, evens the odds, so to speak. So, all right. I am not going to say a huge long goodbye. I kind of went over everything. And again, I'll probably have to hop on tomorrow because I do want to reiterate to the community. I'll make a post in the morning about that giveaway. I'll say it again, or not the giveaway. I apologize. The holiday drive. Everybody that came through was a big, huge help. I can't stress enough that we did it. We gave a family Christmas. There's 3 kids who are going to wake up with a bunch of presents for each of themselves. No, 2 kids, 3 kids. Oh my God. I think it is 3 kids. They're going to have a bunch of presents. His wife, I told him, get her a massage. They all love that, especially if she's working hard, taking care of everything around the house, this and that. So, yeah, I said, get her a massage. And I was like, you got to get yourself a little something. And he was like, oh, no. She's the MVP. I'm not spending a dime on me. She's going to get all of it. And I was like, oh, okay, as you should. And so to reward that, I'm gonna send you some figures. And like I said, people so graciously donated figures. I have a bunch of shit to send him. Um, the people that I said, oh, you donated, I put you in the pool, I just pulled you out. Do you want this figure or this figure? And most people were like, I don't want any figure. Send that shit right to dude. And so dude's gonna get a bunch of stuff to open for Christmas, which I think is fortunately the package isn't gonna get there before Christmas, but he don't give a fuck. He got that money to go spend on his family this weekend. And he, it chokes me up. It really does, because it's an amazing thing to do for people. And I've really gone over it at nauseum here and in a couple of the other places. But for sure, there is definitely something incredibly satisfying to my soul to know that, and I remember saying one time it was almost in a really weird thing where I was in the truck and I had just announced the giveaway, and a few hours went by, and like I don't think anybody had donated at that point. Mark Potter reached out almost immediately. That's not true. Mark Potter reached out almost immediately and donated, but then it was like a while before I think anybody else saw it or had a minute to go and find the Cash App or find what they need to use. So some time went by, and I was like, oh, I told this dude I was going to get him some money. What if nobody donates? Like, what if, maybe people just don't have it right now? So I was really worried for a second that that maybe people weren't going to actually, be able to donate. Not that people didn't want to, and not that people were like, no, fuck that, I'm not helping. It was just that, hey, everybody's got a life full of their own problems, and maybe it couldn't happen. And I was like, oh my god, what the fuck am I going to do? And I get, ultimately I didn't have to worry. The community showed up and everything was all good. Yeah, I was like, oh, I guess I was like, oh my god, I guess I bought all these figures to give away. I could just sell these and then give them the money. Also, and there's just a whole bunch of scenarios that kind of run through my head. But we showed up. We showed up for this family. We made it work. And yeah, it three strangers showed up out of nowhere. If that doesn't give you your faith in humanity, or at least in general about the internet, you can have it in your head and say that, oh well, like, these people fucking dropped by and donated. I mean, yeah, like I said, I think it was like 20% of everything we gave to the guy. Came from fucking strangers. One dude donated $100 was just like, oh hey, I saw your video, want to help, Merry Christmas, here's $100. I won't forget that. And if I and listen, he didn't seem like he wanted to be found or gloated over or anything of the sort. But I'm going to try to find him on the timeline so I can at least thank him again. I did send that message through Venmo. But I don't know. I didn't even know you could do that until I was like, oh my god, I got to reach out to this guy, and I found it. So it's a pretty amazing thing. So we've got lots of stuff coming up. Anyways, I'm not going to say the happy holidays thing because I'm going to be addressing everybody before that. Even if I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it tomorrow. It's possible Tuesday night I do it. It's also possible that I jump on Christmas Eve. It's for real. My kids are going to go to bed early. I have to wait for them to go to sleep before we can do the thing with the presents anyway. Right now, our house is rearranged quite a bit because, like I said, I'm gutting that entire second floor, which I actually have a cool video to put up of that tomorrow. I gutted the entire second floor, so my kids are not in their bedroom. They're actually downstairs. We have a separate bedroom where, actually, what I did, if you come down our stairs, the stairs are in the middle of the house. So the kitchen or dining room, kitchen, hallway, bathroom, spare room is all on this side of the house, and then on this side, with no other room, it's basically it's basically now a bedroom for my wife and two kids. They sleep in there. I have always slept in a separate room in the spare room that we have because I have a sleep apnea machine and I'm up later than everybody else. So if I go to bed at 10:30, my wife is, she's asleep, and I wake her up. If I have something playing on my phone, she doesn't want to hear that. And my machine is relatively silent. It's just, well, let's put it this way. If she wakes me up while I'm sleeping because I'm making some kind of a noise, it's infuriating. You know what I mean? So it's just like, it's much easier to just be like, oh yeah, no, I'm just gonna sleep over here. I've talked to a lot of people who have been married for a very long time, and when I say, oh hey, what's your secret, one of the most common answers I get is separate sleeping quarters. 100%. Because so much arguing can be made over, you woke me up 8 times last night snoring, and be like, oh, well, you happen to wake me up 10 times by waking me up to tell me I'm fucking snoring, as if there's some kind of control over that. You know what I mean? Like, that was one of the most common arguments that happened all the time. It'd be like, wake me up and be like, hey, you're snoring. I'd be like, well, what would you like me to do? You want me to hit the off switch on it? Yeah, my bad. I usually do it before I go to bed. Like, what are you talking about? Fucking. So I'm sure there's somebody out there that can relate. Oh, you know what? Real quick, I will say this though. I went my whole life suffering from poor sleep, and I didn't know like what it could be. And wasn't until literally like 2 years ago, I had one of my closer friends reached out and was like, oh hey, or no, I was just happened to be talking to him, and he was like, I got this sleep apnea machine. I've got to go pick up. I bought a new mask because the mask doesn't fit, or whatever it was. And I was like, oh wait, you have a sleep apnea machine? And he goes, bro, it's life changing. Those are the words he used. And this is not a dramatic guy. And I was like, well, what do you mean? And he's like, dude, I wake up in the morning and I actually feel like I got sleep. Now, my whole life, there was times where I'd sleep 9 or 10 hours and wake up and be like, I'm exhausted. This can't be right. Now, I did get Lyme disease somewhere a few years ago, so I know that's a factor when I feel tired a lot. But it definitely was that I was not getting good sleep because I wasn't sleeping. I went and I would have never imagined it because I'm not heavy, right? I'm, 6 foot, 215 pounds, 220 maybe, something like that. Um, I'm not an overweight guy per se. And so I went in to get the test done, and I have severe sleep apnea. So you might too. Just want to put this out there. So the average person stops breathing 5 to 10 times an hour. A person with sleep apnea or slight sleep apnea will maybe stop breathing 10 to 20 times an hour. Bad sleep apnea is 20 to 30 times an hour. That's severe sleep apnea. I was stopping from breathing 42 times an hour. 42. The lady said, you have it so bad that you're on the level to the point where we're concerned that you're not getting enough oxygen to your fucking brain at night. That's how often you're stopping sleeping. She's like, yeah, no shit, you're not getting good sleep. Your body is fighting all night long. And it made a lot of sense. It really explained a lot. And so she gave me the machine. They gave me the insurance covers it, the whole thing. It's the second night I smoked a bunch of dabs, I got fucking wrecked, and I was so nervous that it was going to suffocate me. Right. I took it off and I didn't sleep with it. The next night, I put it in perspective that like the nurse had said to me, she goes, you're doing this for your children. Okay. It's not good for your brain. It's not good for your heart. You absolutely need to do this. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot. And so, yeah, that third night I was like, you're doing this for your motherfucking kids. Put the goddamn mask on. Would you be more comfortable with this on your face or in a coffin? What do you think would be better? And so so I put the mask on, and honestly, after it was like a couple months into it, I remember I just kind of rolled over in one position and I was like, oh, I've been comfortable. Like, I didn't realize it's like I'm completely comfortable. This is great. And now it doesn't bother me at all. Even if I lay down and take a nap, I put that fucking thing on because it literally it puts you in a breathing rhythm that is like hypnotic, and it really helps. Like, and also I think if you have trouble sleeping, maybe for other reasons, this will help you get in a pattern of breathing, and it's really dope. So yeah, I just wanted to pass that information along to everybody because it's definitely something that is that has been kind of on my mind, and I wanted to. I had a discussion with somebody not that long ago, and and then I mentioned it again, and it seemed like every time I brought it up, there was always somebody that was like, "Oh, really? You can wait, hold on, but you're not overweight," or "Oh, I know I have it, but I didn't want to deal with the machine or any of these things." So I try to tell people to just do it. Just fucking go, grab the machine. Give it. You got to give it a couple weeks. You can't just go after 7 days, 8 days, 9 days, and be like, "Oh, I'm never gonna like this. It doesn't work." You will get comfortable to the mask. They have a whole bunch of different things. I unfortunately need the whole mask because my mouth opens, and if it's shooting that air in your nose and your mouth is open, the air won't go down like here like it's supposed to. It'll just come out of your mouth, and all it'll do is dry your nasals out. So I had to go with the full mask, and I got to be honest with you, I've never slept better. It was, I think I remember the very first fucking night that I wound up sleeping with it on. I remember waking up and being like, oh, that is life changing. No shit. So yeah, I just wanted to pass that on to everybody. If there's anybody out there like that's on the fence about maybe getting it, I cannot stress you enough to fucking go and get it. Because I would have never guessed that I had severe sleep apnea. I was doing it as like a last ditch effort just to see, because I was like, I'm so tired all the time. I got to figure out what's going on. And that was that. I had severe sleep apnea. It saved my life. Just hearing somebody talk about he got better sleep, and I went and looked into it. Because as dudes, we don't take care of ourselves like that mostly. I've gotten better in since the kids have been around, but especially like the last 5 years, I've really been trying to do the best I can. I don't drink booze. I smoke a little grass. I drink some coffee. That's pretty much I drink a lot of coffee. I really should drink less, and I should probably maybe eat a little bit better. I stop for breakfast sandwiches a lot, and that shit's not really that good for you. But Destro tries to take care of the chrome dome for sure. Yeah, yeah. So I think that's it. I feel like I'm launching into more personal stuff that nobody wants to hear about, as opposed to the Joes and everything. And at this point, for the extra 10-15 minutes, I probably could have opened the Scorpion, but let's see. What is it, 12:30? So yeah, I mean, shit, if you guys are on the West Coast, it's only 9:30 there, right? That's, but over here on the East Coast, it is 12:30, which is a little bit late. So, as much as I wanted to open this Scorpion, I just don't think I'm gonna. I say that as I'm literally opening the box. I definitely don't have enough time to go over it and give it its due. But maybe I just take this out of the box real quick. Holy hell. Wow. Holy shit. Yo, this ain't no joke. 12:30, and now I went to go get my sleep test. Listen, Matt, if it's even something you're remotely considering, brother, I absolutely cannot stress to you enough how much it's really worth it. Um, it is incredible. I like I said, the very first night that I got through having it on all night, I was like, oh yeah, no, this is the thing to do. This is life changing. Yo, this thing's sick. Look at that detail on that body. It's very bug like. It is creepy as shit. Like if I ever saw this thing scurrying across the floor, I'd be like, ah, holy fuck. Everybody knows the loadout. Oh, look. Oh, I don't even have the Jesus. I don't even have the tail on. Oh my god, this is like half the fucking figure. I thought that looked a little weird. Oh my god. Is that on and I don't know it? Is that bitch? Oh shit. Oh, there's multiple. Oh wow. Oh, this all comes apart? Okay. Yeah, this is why I don't do this shit at night. Okay. Let me just put this on so we can all enjoy how incredible it looks. I just can't seem to get my big fingers in a spot. Oh my god. Okay, there. It's on. Now that I've got 3 of the fucking legs falling off. All right, that one that's on. Sorry, y'all. I know this is shit to watch me fumble around with it, but yeah. Oh my god, that tail. I think they said something like 27 points of articulation, and that sounds about right because everything has a elbow in it and kind of wiggles. But yeah, that is no fucking joke. Yeah, Snake Eyes cutting this tail up. Now the figure itself looks incredible. It's got a super cool backpack. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna stop right there because there's a lot of little pieces in here and shit. But y'all, look at that scorpion. Woo, doggy. Yeah, man, that's fantastic. So I'm just gonna take this out. I'm gonna set this all right here. You know, I wish they had given him something else besides the Alley Viper loadout. Although I will say this: two things. One, that does come with rope, right? Now, here's the other thing. Does this attach to his backpack? If it doesn't, it's fucking useless. Because ain't nobody carrying around all these extra weapons. Ooh, wow, this backpack is fire. All right, looks like it's got a spot for his staff. Whose backpack is this? It's got like a pulse cannon, like a predator style pulse cannon. That's pretty dope. But yeah, I wish. Okay, well, hold on. Does that work? Okay, never mind. That goes on there. I don't know if that's what it's intended for, or maybe one of his staffs that he has. Um, that's pretty dope. And it looks like there's a hose too. Hold up. It looks like there a hose to his helmet. Okay, okay. So there's a hose that comes from the backpack to the helmet, and it looks like that it looks like you can put the grappling hook right on there. Wow, the backpack is pretty dope. It's got some cool coloring on it, and I really dig this pulse cannon thing. It actually looks quite scorpion tail, right? The way it's kind of like that. So, all right. So just a quick tease on that. I'm going to say that is going to be a 10 out of 10. Absolutely. Mark Fogarty, Destro is my spirit animal, said when I was on there last, he was like, "Oh, you didn't open yours yet?" I was like, "I have not." And he was like, "Dude, it's might be one of the best ones they've ever made." So pretty freaking dope. On that note, we're going to wrap up, y'all. I think this is almost the longest one. I think there's one that's like 4 hours and 21 minutes. So maybe we're just shy of that. But thank you again to everybody that watches. Thank you to everybody that is still watching. I greatly appreciate you all. Thank you all again for the holiday drive, for showing up and donating, for Paul, have a good night, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for donating. Or even if you were only able to share the post, that's guess what? There's people that had reposted it every time and reposted it multiple times, like the same one multiple times, just to constantly put it out there on the timeline. And that's how we wound up getting $700 fucking dollars to send to Buddy with a bunch of figures. So I absolutely love it. I am going to get around to announcing the winners of all these giveaways tomorrow. If I can't seem to squeeze some time to go live, maybe I just pre-record a video or something. Tomorrow I have to clean my entire shop and bring some of my equipment down to this apartment that I've been talking about, because I just have to get going. I fucked off all week by doing shit at my house, and now I've got to play catch up. So I also should have stayed up this late. No, it's fine. It's fine. So yeah, it's another successful week in the books. I just can't thank you all for everything, for the support, for me, for the community, for everything. It's, again, I may have some ideas about what a community should be like, but it's you guys, it's everybody who does it, right? Everybody that shows up every day is positive, encouraging, and supportive, and continuing to push back the negativity and keep it out of our community. I can't say how much I appreciate you all. Quick shout out to my brother Mark Fogarty. I really appreciate that dude having me on his show as often as he does, and especially for including me in that big release of information that he had last week. I really felt like I was a part of something cool when I did that. I was like, wow, this is fucking awesome. We are releasing information to the masses about 14 bits. So shout out to my brother Mark. I appreciate it. I do have to shout out Chris from the Full Force. It's a great show, and there's a lot of information that comes from there too. So he does a Saturday show. It's fantastic. you can't go wrong, you know. And even like he did a show on Friday after those the Arctic that Hiss thing dropped and everything like that. He did a show to kind of talk about that, talk about comics and everything. And you know, he was the first bit of Joe content that I had seen, and I was like, oh, okay, he's positive and great. You know, this is, you know, whatever. Then I found Mark, and Destro is my spirit animal, and it's a little bit different, but equally, you know, Mark puts out a lot of stuff, and it's very much like a little bit different. The stuff that he puts out, the pre-recorded videos, the production value, it's fucking awesome. So I always got to shout him out because I think he's great, and he's been incredibly supportive of me and Anchor Viper as well. So gotta love him for that. And the way he shouted out our community actually last week for being so positive and an awesome part of the internet, I got to applaud him for that as well. I kind of felt like the efforts that have been put in to get that community to where it is were acknowledged on a very big stage, and I can't thank him enough for that. I think that's incredible. If you're not, you know what, I don't think I've said it today, but I usually do go into it at least once, where if you you can follow me on Twitter. I am Destro Designs and Viper Den Studios. I am both. On Twitter, Viper Den Studios is where I put just my finished work. On Destro Designs is where I talk shit all the day. I do all the reposting, everything like that. But if you want to just see, if you want to just look at my work, it's boom on Viper Den Studios. If you go over to Instagram, I've had a Destro Designs for years, and I used to do tool review and post pictures of my contracting work. So Destro Designs is still that, and I post pictures of stuff that I build for the dios and everything. So you can follow me there. But over on Instagram, it's the same thing, where just my finished work is Viper Den Studios. I'm on Facebook. I don't really load too much over there. I haven't gotten everything on there yet, which I'm gonna have to do. And I'm gonna roll up a Viper Den Studios on Facebook as well. So pretty excited to just continue getting the content out there. Oh, and here on YouTube, I'm gonna load everything together. On here. So like if you go and you look down at my YouTube, again, it's contracting stuff. It's like what I'm probably going to secure the Viper Den Studios account just so I have it over here on YouTube. Matter of fact, now I say that, I think I should really do that tomorrow morning and just maybe load a few things on there. That way, if anybody goes looking, it's, you know, you can find it there. And then I have a backup in case something happens to the account or whatever. So yeah. You know me, I could go on for 25 more fucking minutes trying to say goodbye. But I got to get my ass to sleep, and I'm fucking starving. Usually I eat right before I come on the podcast so I don't get hungry. But, I did, it was a hectic day today. I was all over the place, and, my kids were at a Christmas party. So it was a lot of run around right at the end there. As you can see, I was even more prepared than normal. So yeah, I love all you motherfuckers. I can't thank you enough for all the support. I'm here doing what I'm doing because you guys do what you do in terms of supporting and everything else. So, again, if you ever have requests, there's something you want to see, take shots of, you have questions, you have concerns, anything about the community, everybody knows where to find me. My DMs are always open. But that also goes for, I know a lot of my brethren are struggling. You know, life isn't easy. A lot of us are in our 50s, and some people, you know, we've all made choices that led us to where we are. And there's some people that are struggling with stuff. And the more that I speak to people, it's you know, we're all spending this time on the timeline like we do because we're all going through something. And you know, I have been through a lot myself, and I can't stress to you enough that I'm more than happy to take a minute to talk to anybody about anything. Sometimes just giving somebody a couple minutes to listen to them and make them feel heard sometimes goes a long way. And, you know, if you're struggling in any way, because it's a very, there was in the timeline the other day, Mark Potter was very honest about his mental health struggles that he's had recently, that, you know, that this year was incredibly tough for him in more ways than it's been in the past. And he credited his doctor, you know, for saving his life, and that our community has been a big help. So it's super important to keep the community positive and encouraging for that, because there's as much there's people out there that have been on the edge and maybe even right now are on the edge. You know, our brother Mark is a great dude. I'm glad he's still around. And so I, you know, conveyed to him as I'm conveying to you all now, you know, don't sit with what's in your head, you know, and sometimes people don't even realize that maybe they're not well because they don't have anybody to talk to and they don't have anybody to say, hey, you're, you know, you seem like you're, you know, maybe not doing well. And I want to be here for anybody that needs that kind of a person. I've been through a lot myself. You know, I have had to grow up and make choices and change things in my life for the betterment of me, for the betterment of my family. I have been through a lot, and I promise you that, you know, you might benefit from hitting me up and just kind of speaking. So yeah, everybody out there knows where you can find me, and I'm happy to lend an ear and a hand to just about anything that you know, that you got to throw at me. So don't sit with your own shit. Reach out. You know, lots of members of the community have said the same thing in the past day, you know, about DMs being open, you know, and I think that's dope. So thank you all again for coming through tonight. Thank you to those who are still sticking around right now. I greatly appreciate it. There's some days where I wish it just wasn't so late, right? Like if I had started a little bit earlier, I most likely would have, I would still be going, you know what I mean? Because I have the shit on my list. I have figures I want to talk about, but another day, another dollar. So thank you all again. Another successful trip into the books. I'm Destro Designs. We are live from Viper Den Studios, signing off on Saturday. I will see you all in the timeline tomorrow. Have a good night. Thank you.